Christy, I'm not keeping time. I'm telling people when to, they're up on deck.
Yes.
And Christy's, and Katrina's keeping time. So I'm texting, well, chatting people and saying, get ready, you're up in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay.
I hope you guys have the bios because you're introducing people.
Yep.
Cheryl.
Or else.
I told Cheryl I'm doing the traditional intro, so Brett and Cheryl, you're in for a ride.
So is Potowski.
Lisa, is this right? Kyle juice.
Yes,
All right.
that's right. I'm sorry I didn't call you.
That's okay. Thanks.
I'm so sorry.
I got it down. The phonetic helped a lot. So thanks. We'll do you right today.
Awesome. Thank you. How's everybody? Ready? Hi, Gua. Ready? Gua?
Ready.
You're gay. You're gay.
Okay.
Is Mike on?
I don't know. You might be sleeping. It's only 7 o'clock up here.
Oh, so if Casey doesn't come on, we need a person to welcome.
Brett could do it. No? Can I volunteer you? Sometimes we have internet trouble. That's just what I was saying. Just somebody will fill in.
No. We have to decide if Mike doesn't get on. Brett, are you open to that? Is Brett on?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, let me think through it real quick. But I can do it.
And Brett, once your PowerPoint slides go up, I will hand over the remote. And if you're using a remote, if you don't have a Mac, you use your mouse left-hand key, or you scroll down to the left lower corner of the PowerPoint, and there's left and right arrows that you can use.
Okay. Otherwise, left button goes forward. Is that right?
That is what I'm told, Monica. Veronica, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Got
What
it.
now? Say it again. Left. Click.
Yes.
Christy, can you, Brett, when you're after Mike, if you could go over the agenda, and if Mike doesn't, oh, there he is.
All right.
But I think it's going to be important for Christy to put up that agenda.
Let me put it up now.
Yeah, put it up now while people are coming in and they can see that.
All righty.
Cheryl, were you just asking me to do something? I didn't get it completely if you were.
Right after Mike does the welcome, do we have time for Brett to go through that agenda? Or Christy, one of you? Or just post it?
Sure.
Can you do that, Christy?
Yes.
Don't go, just kind of highlight each section so people, because I know they're not going to bring their agenda. I never bring my agenda or the bios. So let's just make sure our people get introduced with a lot of respect and a lot of pizzazz. Finish, Chish.
Christy, is Katrina coming on?
Call me.
Okay.
You ladies will be so happy when this day is over, huh? A lot of work, lots of work. Good job, Christy. Good job, Jadas. Or everyone, Ginwalawan, everybody, good job.
Good morning, everyone. Y'all hear me?
Halito.
You hear me, Cheryl?
Halito.
Good morning,
good.
Kevin.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry I missed yesterday. We had a kind of a, we had 2 employees test positive for the virus and came into the building, so we had to kind of evacuate a little bit so they can clean. So Good to be here this morning.
Stay safe. Stay safe.
Katrina, are you on?
Yes, I am on.
All right.
Yay.
And Miss Katrina,
And
you're the
all of
host now,
you.
correct?
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much, Christy.
And you're the host now, right?
Let's see. No,
Not yet.
no.
Okay.
Morning, Brad.
Good
Okay, Katrina,
morning.
I'm going to
Good to see
sign
you.
out. I'm going to sign out and sign back in.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if it'll end it for
Yeah, I think you ended it.
everybody. I'm going to sign off if it ends for everybody. Hopefully it won't. Sign back in, sorry.
Christy, if it,
Oh,
I'll
there we
text you
go.
if it ends for everyone, and then just let me sign in under your email, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I'm the host. Okay, great.
Katrina, thank you for taking care of the people I sent you emails about yesterday. That was nice.
Oh yeah, of course. No problem.
Morning, everybody. Who says we don't get up early?
Wow. Good morning.
Myla.
I took a shower under the moonlight. It's 5 o'clock here in Hawaii.
Lunchtime here on the East Coast.
Aloha,
I know.
aloha.
It's nice.
Thank you for bringing Auntie last night. That was so wonderful.
He was so excited to come. Mahalo nui.
All right. 1 minute left. Mike, are you ready? Or Brett?
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right, it's 9 o'clock and we will kick things off. We will start off with Brett Shelton.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brett Shelton from the Native American Rights Fund's Indigenous Peacemaking Initiative, and we're one of the co-hosts of this event. I want to welcome everybody and thank you for your interest. Just real briefly, we want to start out the day properly with a prayer. And we have a special prayer today that's been volunteered by English name Lisa Lang. Originally her family's from the Heidelberg area. Lisa's Haida name is Kyle Juice, and she's a UNM law graduate and associate justice for her own tribe's court of appeals. She has directorships in all sorts of important areas in her neck of the world, including Sea Alaska and the Haida Corporation. I want to point out on a personal level, though, I met Lisa maybe about 5 years ago, give or take, and she's clearly very committed to bringing her own traditional culture into the modern world, into the legal spheres and other areas that she works in. And that's the kind of work that we're trying to advance here. So Lisa's a rare gem of a person who's doing really good work from the heart for the people, and looking forward to it. And thank you, Lisa, for providing the prayer this morning.
Oh, Hawa. Thank you so much. But before I begin, I always ask for forgiveness if I make any mistakes. It's not intentional. My intentions are good for today's doings that we have here, and that I honor all of my clan, the Janas of the Yakwanas, and my clan mother. I honor her for giving me this prayer today. It's her prayer. So I will begin. Hanan itlandas, it kill tlats hagen. Awad hagui gingen an u it kunisi u gia nang ejum. Gamga it kitskatsum. Ayat gin is hadi halagan. Wayat gat halang kladasam. It laga istlas u wayat. Ak haju wasam. Wayat gat lang klanda langam. Dandi hayugangs hanan itlangas it gitlang, it hanlangai, it henangam, it lanas, it tlagai, it tlingai, tlingwai, this world. Ayat gindalang istas, ayat, excuse me, my phone. Ayat gindalang istas udang hinangang tlagalang spansangang. Ginyak ias indang unsitslo ustand ang kian tuan kan antlgitang. Hugin istas dit tlat hanan itlandas. Demand is the ana. Amen. What I said, it was a prayer given to me in hopes of carrying forth our culture by my clan mother. Her name was Viola Burgess, and I honor her. She's no longer with us, but she is with us. And what I said was this: today our voices are very strong, and that the past is who we are, and that we can't forget that, and that the present is our responsibility, and that we must take care of it. And the future is really our challenge. So let's look out for it. And I'm thankful to the Great Spirit for our land, the places that we call our home, the world. I'm thankful for our children, our clans, all of the things that are important to us, our spirit and our life. And I close the prayer by saying, the choices that you make today can change your life forever. And that even if you have to stand up for what you think is right, stand up, even if you stand alone. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Brett, for that wonderful introduction.
Thank you. And next up, I have the honor of introducing Mike Jackson, who's going to give us a formal welcome. Mike is Tlingit and Haida from the organized village of Cake, and I would refer you to the biomaterials that we put out for all these people, because the speakers are amazing today. These are all leaders in peacemaking in their various respective areas, and what an honor to be able to speak with them all today and have everybody present. Mike is a really special example. I mean, we've got leaders of peacemaking and other circle processes here today, all day. Mike is a leader of leaders. The people who I see as my own mentors look up to Mike. I see that. And of course I do too. He's been leading the way in this from day one. He's a great man, grounded in his culture, and he brings that forward, a humble man. He's a pleasure to work with. He's all around in the traditions of the great chiefs of old days, really. He does an awful lot. He's even an artist with his own gallery that he runs with his wife. But importantly, today he's led the way in many regards. He's worked as a magistrate for the state of Alaska, showing his abilities within the justice circles. He's helped innovate and develop and move forward a lot of times in English written materials on peacemaking in the peace circles as they do it in Cake. And whenever Mike gives a workshop, it's always full, regardless of how big the room is. So glad to have Mike Jackson here today. Thank you.
Sheesh, Brett, and welcome to all that have joined the Colloquium for 2020. Today, like every other day in the world of us as Indigenous people, is a miracle. And the fact that we look toward our ancestors, and many of us believe they're here in front, in the back, up above us, on the sides of us, guiding us in beauty, guiding us in their way of life, giving this miracle to us to be here. So when I say like any other day, it's like looking back on how much they have sacrificed for us being here. I tell children and great-grandchildren our culture camp that's happening this week virtually, but also distant gatherings of making drums and other culturally relevant examples of putting up food in this time of Corona. To us, it's just like living Corona every day, and so much more as we are people of color. And this year has been an exception to the rule where everybody is living that way on how vulnerable we are as humans. But this peacemaking, like one of our younger generations on the Circle Peacemaking video that was shown a little bit of yesterday, this young gentleman said it always has been with us as a people. And it's just like our diet of traditional foods. When you give a baby a piece of our foods when they're growing up and being really hungry the first year, after the 4th month, we start giving them our traditional foods, and you know they're going to eat it. And special foods that we stink eggs, and they call it that because of, it's not because of it smells good, but it tastes the greatest. We would give this to our grandson with a piece of little seal fat, the jus of it, and he just smacked his lips. Yesterday we had some with him, and that guy wolfs him down. But he was brought up that way. But when I really kind of stepped out in this arena, we brought our culture with us in Circle Peacemaking here in Cape, because there is a tradition here that since time immemorial, we've always had a ko'ik, meaning that there is a time to let go of your grief for ones that have passed on, to continue living, especially for the loved ones that lost them. During that ko'ik, there is this witnessing of releasing the grief. There is sharing And there is one person that we use in that Koik, usually two. They're called Nakanis, our favorite brother-in-laws. They're the ones that would speak for our clan, because in our tradition, we don't toot our own horn. We don't say this is who we are, where we come from, this is our way we conduct ourselves and what we did. But we have these people that we teach our whole clan history since the time of creation, and they speak for us. Those Nakanis is where I start using and developing the cake circle peacemaking. It was always with us. We use it in those Koiks. But it is now where my grandson is 23 years old. I brought this out when he was born so that he would have something to continue, because by tradition, he's an eagle, I'm a raven, he'd Sagwedi, kill a whale. And I'm a
I'm
raven.
so sorry to interrupt. That was incredible. We just in terms of keeping up with the time, so there's time for everyone else. I'm going to pass off to Christy.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for sharing your words. A little bit of housekeeping real quick for all of us, our panelists and our attendees. For those not presenting, please turn your mics to mute. And for all our, excuse me, for all our participants, if you have any questions, you can use the chat box. We will also be giving away Zoom prizes. The first person to answer a question correctly during our breaks will win the prize. Again, we want to remember the rule of respect for our participants. So I want to thank you for Mike for sharing your words. I'm going to move on to our purpose and Peacemaking 101. I have the pleasure of introducing two, like all the panelists speaking today, two wonderful individuals who I have grown to know over the past couple years, and both of them are very distinguished. I'm introducing both of them to you. Will be presenting Mr. Brett Shelton. Brett is from the Oglala Sioux tribe, and he is working with NARV. His bio is everyone's bio blows me away. I told him that as Indigenous people, humor is one of our strengths, and I'm not going to introduce them the normal way. I'm shifting out of the box into the circle. And with that, for both of them, the way I want to introduce them is their actions speak louder than words. Both of them have such dynamic backgrounds, dynamic upbringings, dynamic family backgrounds. And with that, the work that they do for those people who are in need, for tribes, for individuals, for communities, their work speaks for itself. And I'm very humbled and honored to be able to introduce them. Starting us off, we'll be presenting Mr. Brett Shelton, followed by Miss Fairbanks, and then I will follow after the two. So I yield to you, Brett. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I had a PowerPoint that I'm not seeing at this point yet. Here it comes. And I think it needs to be displayed as a slideshow. It looks like that hasn't happened yet.
Okay, Brett, you have the remote control now.
Okay, let's play from the start, I suppose. There we go. Okay, sorry for the delay. Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you for coming. I'm going to try to make up a little bit of time here because we're already running a little bit over and we've got a packed day. I don't want to infringe on anybody else's speaking time. So I'll go quickly through these first slides. All of our material is available on our website at peacemaking.narf.org. And you can you can find that if you weren't able to write it down by contacting the organizers. Just going quickly through, I'm responsible for the Indigenous Peacemaking Initiative. That's been alive at the Native American Rights Fund since 1992. We have priorities that we work under, and I'll actually explain those in detail enough in the interest of time in the video that you'll see later on around lunchtime today. One of the things I wanted to talk about was just start to break the ice on why does peacemaking work. I'll try to, there. One of the things that we say when we talk about why it seems to work is it gives people a sense of belonging, it gives them self-esteem and dignity, and so on, the rest of these factors here. If you look at this list of factors, a lot of this is just about what it feels like to live in your native culture with your native family when everybody's getting along, right? So it's this is something that's there. But if you also take another look, and if you're non-native, you might recognize it. These are good. These are things that just feel good as humans. And in fact, you know, I think our ancestors had these systems in place in support of these sorts of ideas and feelings that we see in the list here, because they found out over the centuries, over the millennia, that this is the way to live together in community. And so this is available to everybody, these sorts of feelings and everything, and they're good for everybody. And circles like we're talking about today are the way to access it in cases. And it stands out because typically we've been asked to adopt a different worldview, and that different worldview is more hierarchical and resolves differences by fighting it out. And that's not the way any of us have probably been told that our ancestors did it. I think it's all a matter of worldview. On the left-hand side, we have the Anglo-American tradition, I'll call it. And on the right-hand side, we have a more indigenous tradition. It seems to be common to indigenous people worldwide, the more I've gotten to know people. On the left side, we have, ooh, I didn't do that one. How do I back that slide up? Can somebody help me with that one? I didn't advance it even. Somebody's moving a cursor around, so maybe they'll get to it.
Brett, if you move your mouse down to the bottom left part, yeah, you can hit the back.
There we go. On the right-hand side, we have rights, which we talk about in America. We talk about our rights all the time. Actually, if you follow the legal history of rights, they're granted initially by a sovereign, and then they're held against others. And there we have the hierarchy, and we have the confrontational bent of the system. In the end, moving down, we fight it out to be the winner if our rights are threatened, and we have experts to help us decide. They help us fight. So we, for example, hire lawyers to go to court. The more money, the better lawyer you can hire. And you can hire experts, and there again, the more money you're willing to pay, the more access you have to better experts. That's the way the whole system is set up. Compare that with the worldview on the right-hand side, the more indigenous worldview. We don't really have rights at all, as it's been explained to me by our elders when we worked on some laws. Really, it's a matter of relationships. It's a matter of respect. It's a matter of responsibility. And then reciprocity is required in those relationships to uphold those responsibilities, and reciprocity is a matter of respect. So those are the basic tenets. You can see the stark contrast in worldview. I think that's really about 180-degree different worldview. Moving on, I'm being asked to hurry up in order to catch up on time. All of this material is available on our website and so on, and please be in touch. I wanted to point out where peacemaking is happening. We have a list of 53 tribes that either have codes or we know are doing peacemaking around the United States. Of course, it's happening elsewhere too. There are a lot of tribes in Canada. And I just wrote those down so you could see them here. And then I want to point out there's other communities that are probably doing it too. And then finally, just say Wopila, thank you for the honor of listening to me today. There's a reference to our website there that you can find, and there's my contact info. And I'm going to yield back now in the interest of time to Cheryl.
Thank you, Brett, and Ganesh Chish Hava to Lisa and my brother Mike for opening up the session. We really appreciate that, and thank you for having us get off to a good start. Ganesh Chish, and thank you all for coming. While they're putting up my PowerPoint, we're asking you to shift out of the box into the circle. And so we came up with that name because so many of us get stuck in our little box and we don't want to move toward change. So we're really asking you to bring a openness, to bring your own sacred self, and to bring your own values, and really do a check on what are your values. And so whoops. I apologize. Some of these Zoom things, please be patient with us and forgive us for our abruptness on the Zoom. So with peace circles, stand in your own sacred circle. And peace circles have been really our powerful indigenous process. And they allow us to really bring our collective wisdom to the table. When we're talking about systems, we really want something that's really fundamentally fair. So we want something that's sacred, that really values our ways, something that's spiritual, where everyone has a chance to speak, something that's holistic, that's healing, that's issue focused. Often in Indian country, we're tough on the person and we forgot what the issue was, but we want you to shift to be gentle on the person, tough on the issue. And we have to have facilitation because many of the issues are very, very complex. And so we really need someone who can help us build consensus and who could use our own tribal values to bring about solution. I've always heard about the Indian problem, but we're the Indian solution so that we can be agents of change. And as a judge and tribal lawyer, I've used these guiding principles and I've shared them with many of you. I was facing the wrong way. I was looking to the outside for the answers, when in fact, all I really needed to do was turn around and go in and place value on our way of life. And in doing that, I really had to realize the impact of federal policy. I had to realize that our oral tradition was really the glue that kept us together against the strongest country in the world, the United States of America, and that we as practitioners have to re-educate ourselves. So I call that re-educate the educated. We have a chance to use our education, our community education, our university education in a way to effectuate change and to bring about unity. And when I say unity, it's really a chance to use our core values and to use consensus and comedy. And comedy is really respect and through collaboration and cooperation. So I'm hitting my left mouse. And so I'm asking you to shift. I'm asking you to shift from an adversarial mindset to one that's indigenous, because these federal policies had an impact on all of us. They serve to assimilate us, terminate our way of life, take away our language. We know that all too often. And so we're asking you to really remember that and not to replicate it or not to participate in that, in those failed policies. And so the next picture should speak for itself. I don't know. This happened to me at the ICWA one too. And we're still separating our kids from families today. Just look at our borders. in planning this session, we used our way of life and we used these principles in our planning. And it really was valuable because it really brought clarity and respect to the table. These are core values that the students at the Southwest Indian Law Clinic came up with. They were very resistant to change. They're adversarial. They are schooled in American jurisprudence. So I challenge them that we have to do something different because we have 26,000 Native Americans in jail. Why do we keep doing more of the same, expecting something different? That's insane. So our jail numbers are increasing. It's up to us to look at systemic change to make a difference. We went through this dry run yesterday and it worked. And so one of the things that I've always focused on is sovereignty begins at home, that we can do a lot as tribal people at home. We can use our traditional values, we can use our language, and we can bring it into a contemporary context. Why? American justice is in crisis. They're looking at other methods. And so we have an opportune time to really make a difference. When we look at more statistics, we have over 5,000 of our missing and murdered Indigenous women missing, gone. Our children experience a lot of violence. They see a lot of violence. And so we're asking you to stop, to pay attention, to really re-educate ourselves, because we're at the table. We're at the table. That's equality. But our voice needs to be heard. That's equity. And we're asking you to consider peace circles as an option. Why? Because whenever we have a continuing relationship like we do within our respective communities, within our workplace, within our communities, we have to do something different or we polarize a whole community. And we're able to also use language, we're able to use consensus. In closing, I wanted, and I had pictures here, but of course they're not coming out. Can you take that back, Katrina, and move to the Choctaw chart?
Back, you said?
I mean forward, sorry. Can you take it back and move to the Choctaw chart? And so when it starts with Choctaw.
Do you know, can you tell me
next
how far to go?
Next, 19. So when, go back, okay. Sorry. So I wanted to share a story where we use peacemaking in the clinic. And also these are peacemakers, they're agents of change, where they came together with open minds to make a difference in their systems, in their respective systems, and their tribal and state systems. And I honor Senior Peacemaker Batiste and Judge Byrne, because from Texas, they really showed how we can get along between the state and tribes and use our government to government relationship. And Ganesh Chish to Casey Foundation for giving them the baby blankets, so we never forget about our children and we always remember our babies and we lift them up and we keep them at the heart of the circle. And so if you could go to the last slide. I always say sovereignty begins at home. Oh my God. So these are agents of change and they're making a ripple effect. And they're brave enough to make a difference. They're brave enough to use language. They're brave enough to use custom and tradition. They're brave enough to live their values, and they're agents of change, and they will be the ripple effect. So I challenge you to make the difference, and borrowing from our activists, our brother in the Black Lives Matter, never, never, never give up. So we may get resistance, we may fall on our face, but never, never give up. Keep moving forward, keep paddling that canoe. Ganesh Chish. And I yield to Christy. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you for all your teachings. As Cheryl stated while my slides are going up, I'm a product of the skepticism of peace circles because of the federal policies that were placed. They were really meant to destroy our ways of knowing, our culture, our language, our ways of being. And I'm really thankful for those who have continued this work to bring back peace circles, not necessarily bring them back, but continue them and to resolve issues using peace circles, which we'll be using and are using in our communities, in the states, and hopefully one day throughout America. And so I just want to share with you my following slides that I have. And Katrina, if you don't mind just taking control, and I'll just say next slide.
No problem.
But because just, again, peacemaking is really unique, and you'll hear it over and over again, that peacemaking really is a process. And as Indigenous people, we have this process, and it's our way of doing, it's our way of resolving issues. Just going a little bit deeper with peacemaking, peace circles. Like our oral traditions, the uniqueness of it, it comes and it brings us together in a circle. When we come together in the circle, as you see, we have the process and we have guidelines. When we come together in the circle, we're gathering and we're convening. It's critical when a circle is called to lay down that sacred space. And to lay down that sacred space, it's really calling in a moment of silence or a moment of prayer. If that sacred space is not set, I guarantee you, no matter what you do, no matter what you try, the peacemaking and with using the peace circles, it will fail. And so these guidelines, they're also a set that it's not in stone, but it's a way that we use these guidelines to honor our ways, to honor our laws, to honor our core values. And again, these are just some rules that we have from our own ways. And when we come together in a peace circle, we have to honor the rule of respect. It's okay if one is not ready to speak. When they are ready to speak, then we have to all be able to agree to disagree with respect. Another thing with peace circles is once we come to the circle, everything that's said in there stays there. It's confidential. The key, though, with any peace circle is you have to do something that you might not be used to, and that is really listening. Because when we're gathered in that sacred space, what we want is a resolution, a solution to a problem. When we're comparing peacemaking to a traditional courtroom, next slide, please. I really want to bring in the sharing, the power of the circle. If you can see the circle, it's round, it's even, it's equal. When you compare it to the American court system like Brett did, there's a hierarchy, a dictating, and someone determining the fate of another. The power of the circle really changes that dynamic. Everyone is equal in terms of the distance they are apart. And you can welcome in as many people as you want. For example, in a child custody case, you can bring in not only the parents, but the grandparents, those who are affected by a child's separation from one or other parents, or just the sharing of the children. It's that sacredness of the circle that brings in that spiritual aspect that can't be found in other areas like mediation. It's being united as one and coming to a solution to a problem. the circle as you see it has no beginning and no ending. You may need to do more than one circle, and that's okay. That's not a bad thing. What really resonates with the circle is the energy you feel when you're in the circle. When you're in a courtroom, all you really feel is that fear when you're in the circle, like you have no voice. When you're in the circle, what you feel is you have value and your voice is being heard. So today we really want to challenge you guys to make that shift. Next slide, please. To reaffirm that what we know from our indigenous ways, our core values, our laws, and we want you guys to make that shift to do what Cheryl had said earlier, to re-educate the educated, because the power of the circle really does come from Creator, who gifted us with his sacred ways of knowing. In addition, peacemaking is affirmed and reaffirms our ways. It's reaffirmed by UNDRIP in that it allows a fair process of doing things. It allows, peacemaking allows that. UNDRIP supports what we know that we want, prompt decisions that's consensus oriented, reaffirming our customs, our traditions, our rules, and our own legal systems. Next slide, please. You'll
Christy,
see.
we are just about out of time if you can wrap up pretty quickly.
Right. So next slide, I just want to show you my grandmother. My grandmother's name is Aisitisa. When we honor our elders, we are really honoring our Creator. In our way, our Zuni way, we call it Hotnawan Haitoshnanne. Peace circles honors our core values, our nurturing our young, using our own language to resolve an issue, and treating others with respect. With that, I want to thank you for your presence, and I want to shift over now to give it to Ms. Cheryl Fairbanks to introduce our next.
Thank you to everyone, and it's welcome again to our Colloquium 2020. It's an honor and a privilege to introduce our keynote speaker. And the planning committee thought a lot about who would be the person to carry the torch, who would be the one to give the message, especially from an Indigenous viewpoint. And when I think about the Honorable Michael Potowski, I think of sweetgrass, I think of cedar, I think of tobacco pouches, I think of cherries, dried cherries wrapped up for wintertime. I think of turtle drums resonating throughout Michigan and the world, as I saw one of his drums up in Cake, Alaska. I think of baskets. I think of sitting around a table with elders weaving baskets that we thought we could never weave from their beautiful Indigenous lands. I think of UNM law. I think of, maybe why did we go to law school? And I think of his stories when someone walks into his courtroom and said, yeah, just what I thought, a white man's court. Did he get defensive? No. He used, and what he shares with us is the 7 grandfathers teaching. And he always focuses on collective wisdom. He always focuses on love, keeping the child, keeping the family, keeping the community at the heart of the circle. He focuses on respect as the major rule. He focuses on bravery. He's not afraid to make the statement, to have courageous conversations. I knew we were in a tough meeting and I knew he was going to bring up some tough stuff, but he does it with respect and he does it with honesty and he does it with humility. His truth resonates and I respect him for that. He's been recognized, of course, he's been on the bench for many, many years. He's been at Pokagon since February of 2002. He's a barred lawyer and a seasoned judge. He's been a citizen lawyer, lawyer of the year in Michigan. He also was recognized by the Harvard Project. He also has received the Tecumseh Peacemaking Award. He is a master lawyer by the State Bar of Michigan. He received the Lifetime Achievement Award from our sister organization, NIJA. He also serves on the NARF's Indigenous Justice Initiative. And very important is he was presented the Nelson Mandela Peacemaking Award by the Washtenaw County Bar Association. It is a great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable, my brother, the Honorable Michael Potowski. Gudashish.
Good morning. Bonjour. Can you all hear me?
Yes, bonjour.
Great. Well, you know, this is a little different for me because I've always described myself as not being a PowerPoint type of presenter. But these are interesting times that we find ourselves in. And, you know, I got a lot of energy from the gathering last night as I listened to people talk around the circle, the students, the scholars, the mentors. In fact, when I went to bed last night, I said to myself, what else is there to say? You know, there was just such a rich variety of insight and wisdom shared last night. As I begin, I'd like to thank Cheryl for the gracious introduction. And I would also like to thank the other event organizers who've positioned us to get this together and to be able to do our presentations. I'm not a tech kind of person, so I needed a lot of hand-holding, but here we are. We're on a virtual circle. Who would have ever thought? You know, one of the things that we have endeavored to do over the years is to enlarge the group of us who are involved in this initiative. And I think the virtual capability is going to move us in a direction that we would have never have envisioned about enlarging the circle, inviting others to the circle, because really this is an opportunity for us to share with each other. It's one of our Anishinaabe cultural values, share and sharing with others. You know, one of the things we were able to do is to look at the list of people who had registered for this event. And it's real clear that we have a wide variety of different people who have come down very different paths from different directions to this place, to this time, to this circle. Today we have an opportunity to sit around this virtual circle, share with each other, and listen and learn. There's no doubt that we will leave today wiser than when we came. Certainly we will be energized to go back and do the work that we do. I'd like to build upon what's already been said by others this morning and last evening. I think what I have to share is my separate journey to today, to this place, to this circle, and that is from a judge's perspective. My journey began 40 years ago when I went to law school. And going back to my own tribal community after attending PLSI, the Pre-Law Summer Institute program at the University of New Mexico for American Indian students, and then going to law school at the University of New Mexico. Went back home, came back to Michigan, and took a staff attorney's position at Michigan Indian Legal Services. And I was asked by the tribe that I'm a member of, who was just getting ready to establish their tribal court, whether I had an interest in working with the community and people in the community to establish their judicial system. Of course, having finished law school and studying federal Indian law, I was extremely excited about the prospect of being asked to serve in that role. Very exciting, you know, breathing life into tribal sovereignty and developing our own systems. So I had gone to law school. I had watched a few episodes of Perry Mason. I thought I knew what it was going to take to be a judge. Of course, I knew I didn't know it all, but there was a lot of excitement about embarking on this journey with community folks. It was fairly early on when I had some, what I'm going to describe as rude awakenings in terms of the work that I was doing. And it began, and all of this happened within the first 5 years, I would say. And I've been a tribal judge now for 35 years in 5 different tribal communities as the chief judge. So I have learned a lot from a lot of different experiences and a lot of different people. Many of them who you've already heard from and who you will hear from later today. Because I didn't know any of this when I started. But it all began when I had my first custody case. And actually, we had not adopted a domestic relations code yet in our tribal community. We were just beginning to develop our infrastructure, governmental and legal infrastructure at the Grand Traverse Band. But a couple came in, a mother and father, and it was very clear that they were in a custody dispute. And it was just a mother and father. They each sat at their separate tables. I sat at the bench listening to them. And the mother raised her right hand. She swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And she told me what a terrible person the father was, that he should not have custody of this child, that he ran around with his friends, that he drank, he was never home. He was nothing close to being a father. He shouldn't have custody. She did a pretty good job on him. And then guess what? It was his turn. He raised his right hand, swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then he told me what a terrible person she was. She was never home. She didn't care for the child. She was always running around with her girlfriends and going to bingo. She should not have custody. And they actually went into a great deal of detail about each other and how bad they were, and that they were a terrible person, a terrible parent. They shouldn't have custody. When they were done, I simply looked at both of them. I have a propensity to try and engage the people who were before me. I looked at both of them and I shook my head and I said, if I was to believe everything the two of you said about each other, I'm not sure either one of you ought to have custody. Right away, they realized this judge is crazy. this judge is crazy. I had not intended this, but they were pretty smart. They looked at me and they said, Your Honor, can we go in the jury room? Because it was right off from the bench. Can we go over there and talk this over among ourselves? We might be able to figure this out. They were saying, we don't need your help. You're crazy. And you don't really know what's going on. I said, sure, go ahead. And take whatever time you need. Because I'll tell you what, as I went back to my chambers, I thought to myself, how am I going to sort through this? What am I going to believe about what they said about each other? And to me, I've never thought the adversarial mode of dealing with these matters is a very good way to find the truth. It's about who wins, who loses, who prevails. Sure enough, they talked through this, given the opportunity. It probably wasn't 20 minutes or so. The court administrator came down to my office and knocked on the door and said, Your Honor, they figured this out. They've got an agreement. I'll tell you what, I was so relieved. Because like I said, I hadn't even figured out how I was going to assess the credibility of either one of them. And it was at a time when the court did not have the resources maybe to hire an independent investigator who could bring in additional information or file reports with the court. So to me, it was a very good demonstration of the inadequacy of what we had to address these kind of matters. But really what hit me was, here was a couple who had a child in common. This process was extremely destructive to their relationship. And whether they would like it or not, whether they continued together as a couple, they would continue to have a relationship because they had a child in common. Extremely destructive to relationships. And I'll tell you, in our small community, the Grand Traverse Band, we all kind of live together. We only have so much land. We're all related. We may work in the next building or the next office. We may live next door or just down the street. We don't go, say, like to the courthouse in Boston, go there and fight it out. Somebody wins, somebody loses. You leave the courtroom, disappear and dissolve into larger society, never to see each other again. Our relationships in our small tribal communities extend in so many different directions. It was also about this time, as a judge, I began to realize that some of the juvenile individuals, young folks from the community who were coming into court with their parents, I was seeing over and over again. Same individuals, same parents, same families. And it occurred to me, if I'm seeing these folks over and over again, I'm not effective. What we're doing is not effective. And I'll tell you one thing that I've always felt very acutely. And some of this, I'm sure, grew out of the fact that I was serving in my own tribal community, is that as a tribal official, I had a responsibility to the community and the individuals who came before me to be effective. And I wasn't being effective. So what do they say about the definition of insanity? I think maybe we already saw it on one of the slides. Is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And I'll tell you, I've lived the life that many of us in our communities have lived. Life is tough. Life is very challenging, and it's a struggle for many of us in a lot of different ways. And as a tribal official, I've always felt very acutely the responsibility to help people cope with the challenges of life, to be able to deal with the everyday struggles. And having been there, I'm like many other tribal judges. I have a lot of empathy. I have a lot of compassion. I have a lot of love. But I also know when people are bullshitting the court and trying to get their way. But I'm not afraid to roll up my sleeves and to sit down with others, to have a discussion, meet them one-on-one and figure out what it is we can do to move forward. So it was about this time that I decided, well, I'm not being effective. Look how destructive this process is to relationships, to people in the community. I decided that I needed to explore. And these stories that I'm sharing are not about me. They're about the journey and lessons learned along the journey. Well, when I was in law school, we had some Navajo students in my class and in the classes behind me and the class ahead of me. We spent a lot of time together socially. Well, the time that we did have to socialize outside of the demands of law school. And I went back to Michigan knowing, remembering my Navajo classmates and others talk about Navajo peacemaking. It was a mere mention because we did not talk about it in detail. But as I realized I needed to do something different to become effective in my own community, I told the tribal chairman that I was going to begin to explore and learn what was going on in other Native communities in terms of the development of their justice systems and courts. And you'll hear this later, I think it's in the North video. His response to me was, in Michigan, we've been so assimilated that you will never be able to discover the traditional law. I didn't have an immediate answer to that. An immediate answer wasn't asked for, but it set me on a journey to think about that. And I realized, as I thought about it over the period of the next week or so, that even if that was true, we know what the traditional process was. And somebody already mentioned process. And the process was that we would come together, typically on a circle, sitting around a fire, and we would talk it through. We would talk it through. We would come to some sort of resolution on whatever the issues or concerns were. So as we began thinking about this, it became clear that, we would have an awful lot to learn about others. When I first began as the chief judge in my own tribal community, I realized from the outset that there were going to be two primary challenges, very significant challenges. First of all was respect from people in the community. Because I'll tell you what, most of us Indians don't like courts. We don't like judges. We don't like cops. And the law has been used so many different ways against us. And here we are developing a similar kind of institution in our own tribal community. The other challenge that I realized I would have is tribal courts were relatively new in Michigan. And there are those who exist outside of our communities who peer into the fishbowl to see what we're doing and measure what we're doing by their standards. So credibility for our institutions, credibility for our tribal government, credibility for the development of our own tribal laws, our rules, and our processes. And to me, those are things that have existed throughout my career, and I think never go away. Our own people got to respect our institutions, but we have to earn it. It doesn't come automatic. We have to earn it. We have to deserve it. And the same with credibility. Now, what I would say, because I'm prone to want people not to get lost in the forest because there are so many trees, occasionally I'll ask staff or others to prepare kind of an executive summary so people don't miss or lose the important points. And I've kind of done that for this presentation. And that is, peacemaking is extremely important because it allows us to get away from the destructive effects of the adversarial system. In fact, I think peacemaking helps to maintain and can even enhance relationships among people in the community. It allows us to move away from processes and systems that are not effective, that don't produce the results. In addition, it used to be in the younger days when I was young, I'd go to meetings and quite often it involved state people, tribal people, and we'd be sitting around at a meeting and us Indian people would slam our fist on the table and demand from the state people that they provide culturally appropriate services. And I looked at what we were doing, and Cheryl talks about shift and shift inward to who we are. If we demand of others that they provide culturally appropriate services and programming, why don't we do that ourselves in terms of what we do and what we provide in the community? You know, maintenance of community harmony is an extremely important thing that I'll learn from my Navajo friends. And I'm going to see if I can get back to my slideshow here. I've kind of forgot about it. See if I can figure out how to advance the slides.
If you want to go down to the bottom left part of the slide, it should pop up with, or if you just click on this, there you go. Do you see those little arrows?
Got it. Thank you so much. Let's see here. I'm getting speaker thing here. It's the bottom left. Okay, I just clicked through here. And this is where I come from, the Pokagon band. But one of the other things that I'd like to point out that's extremely important is that a lot of what a tribal judge does in a community affects and sends ripples throughout the community in many different ways. I think some of the more interesting cases that I've dealt with have involved constitutional kinds of questions and issues. The power of the tribal chairman or the tribal council or tribal administration to do certain things. Disputes regarding elections. When you have these kinds of disputes and conflicts that come to the court and are resolved by courts, they send ripples throughout the community, and it has significant community impact. Because I'll tell you what, people are going to have strong opinions. And there are going to be a fair amount of people on each side of whatever issue comes to the court. One of the things that I learned from my Navajo friends on the very first trip that I made out there was the importance of relationships. Preserving relationships. Respect. Treating people with dignity and respect. And the importance of mutual respect around the circle. And also responsibility, because peacemaking is not about being soft on folks. We do want to hold people accountable to our community standards and to have them be responsible. But in addition, we have responsibilities as well. If you walk into my courtroom, you're going to see this poster by Sam English. How many courtrooms do you walk into and see a wall hanging that says sacred justice? If you go into a courtroom downtown, I assert you won't see anything like that at all. In fact, I've said at law schools where I've been asked to do presentation, I don't think dominant society's courts or the white man's courts are really about justice. And you've heard that from others. It's about winners and losers. We heard from Judge Connors. Maybe it's about making money for the attorneys. It's not about justice. So what is justice? I once sat on a circle that involved primarily tribal judges, almost exclusively tribal judges. And we had a talking circle. What is justice? What I took away from that circle is justice for many people is hard to define. It means different things to different people. And as I thought about that, I thought, that's true. But in my mind, my way of thinking and what I've learned from others, I'm convinced it's a sacred place that we can move people to. It may vary, what it looks like may vary depending on the individuals, the circumstances, the conflict, but it's a place that we can move to. One of the other things that I have, before I get to that, quite often when I speak to others, particularly non-Indians, they'll say, what is this different worldview? You talk about having a different worldview. The primary example that I use that really kind of stands out is our view towards children. Do you know how American courts view children? They view children as property. We don't view children as property. Children are sacred. Each is a gift from the Creator. We do have responsibilities to them in ways that differ from the way American courts treat children, especially in custody cases. One of the other things that you'll see in our courtroom are the 7 grandfather teachings. And they're there, not as an afterthought, but right up by the bench where they're visible to everyone who's in the courtroom and can be referred to in discussion as we talk about things. They're not an afterthought. They're right there. So what is peacemaking? Is it restorative justice? Is it alternative dispute resolution? Now, in the state of Michigan, state court systems did not begin talking about alternative dispute resolution until the mid-1990s. Alternative dispute resolution. Different ways of resolving disputes and conflicts. Is it like a drug court? Is it like the many other specialty courts that we see emerging? Just like there's been an evolution in the development in tribal courts, there's been an evolution of the way things are dealt with in some state courts. We moved from state justice systems thinking about alternative dispute resolution and mediation to a whole variety of different kind of specialty courts that exist today. There are mental health courts, there are veterans courts, there are drug courts, there are housing courts. And we could go down a list and develop a list of all these other different specialty courts. And there are recent expansions in the use of mediation. Can peacemaking be done from the bench? One of the things that Justice Fairbanks talks about occasionally is peacemaking from the bench. Now, some of us tend to think about peacemaking very broadly. It's not just a conflict and resolution tool that we could use, but actually engaging peacemaking from the bench. And one of the things that I'd like to share in that regard is when Judge Connors first asked me to go to his state court and meet with the peacemakers, people who had volunteered to be peacemakers and teach them about peacemaking, I challenged him and I challenged them when I actually went there. I can show you how to do peacemaking or tell you how we do it at Pokagons, but I really want you to think more deeply about peacemaking principles, the ideals, the values. I don't want to simply come and provide a recipe so that you can follow the recipe. Now I'm going to go through this relatively quickly because we've already heard others talk about their process, but and each community does this differently because they develop their own processes. At Pokagons, we have developed a peacemaking process that exists outside of the court. People in that community said, peace circles should not be part of the court. After all, you're government. You're simply a governmental institution. This should not be controlled by the court. This should come from the community. Its life should be given to it by the people. So we've developed a process that includes 2 circle keepers, 1 male and 1 female. And of course, we have a talking piece. It's important to us to maintain the integrity of the circle and go around the circle clockwise. You don't back up. You have your turn to talk in a clockwise fashion while you have the talking piece. And then we move on. And basically, we have 6 stages, I would describe them. We've heard others about setting the stage, creating the environment, which includes an opening ceremony, so that we have an environment where people understand their obligation to call upon their higher self, to be something different than who they were when they walked in. Then we have a phase where we actually talk about what's going on. What was the harm suffered? How were people affected? We also have a stage where everyone has an opportunity to respond to what's been said around the circle in regard to what's going on. How have they been impacted? How do they feel? There's a free-flowing discussion of interests and needs in the next stage. And finally, we get to the point where we're developing solutions and agreements. And then we have a closing ceremony. And I think this is fairly typical. One of the things that we get asked when we do these presentations, some of us together, is, well, you've talked about peacemaking and you've talked about conflict resolution. How do you actually do it? So this is how we actually do it. And I provided that. In short, identify the issues. That never really happens in a legal matter if it's filed in a normal adversarial court. What are the real issues? Engage in problem solving. Come to a consensus resolution. In my mind, peacemaking is multidimensional. It has a restorative layer. It involves healing, preservation of relationships, maintenance of community harmony, reconciliation, and us Indian people as individuals and as community, as families, have a lot of reconciliation to do on a lot of different levels, primarily because of the harm that's been caused by federal policy and how we've been treated as Native people in this community. Peacemaking has the capacity to be transformative, to transform people. We can position people to realize the fullest of their human potential. It's issue focused, collective problem solving. There's a great deal of wisdom in collaboration, and we all understand that. Let's collaborate and talk this through. Here are what I call peacemaking qualities, and we've heard this. Recognize the power of the circle, brings people together, fosters active listening, provides each a voice, inherently provides equality to each participant, focuses on the issues, exposes the pieces of wisdom that each bring to the circle, fosters consensus resolution, brings about transformation, connects people to culture and their Native identity. And to me, as a trial court judge, I found that nothing is more effective than connecting people to their identity and culture and our values. The use of circles. Somebody mentioned last night, we need to think about our current justice systems. And I identified the different justice systems. The adult criminal system is very different than our juvenile system, different than our child protection system, different than our probate system. We can identify each of those systems by their key players and think about how we can use circles throughout them. For example, in the criminal matter, we often hear about sentencing circles, but we can also use circles as a pre-prosecution or diversion tool. And there are a lot of different kinds of circles, and others could add to this list. This is only a beginning, and I'm kind of rushing through this. I've said we can use circles in so many ways. Circle has a great power that has great utility in our communities. You know, we can continue to add to this list. One of the things I wanted to share, and can we go back one slide? Because I'm just finishing up here, is we built a new court facility at Pokagon's after about 20 years of operation. And when I met with community planners, I basically had one request, well, two requests. A circular courtroom so that we could set it up on the circle. In addition, I asked for a healing fire room where we could actually build a fire inside the building. We have a lot of snow and cold weather in Michigan. So particularly, you know, throughout the winter, we will have an opportunity to have fireplace and sacred fire if we need to have a sacred fire in the building. We enter from the east, but you can see this entire building is circular. It's a recognition of the power of the circle. One of the things that I advocated as we were putting finishing touches on here, see our sign? Pokagon Court and Peacemaking Center. This is what everybody will see as they drive up the facility. Peacemaking will not be an afterthought. It will not be forgotten. Here's our circular courtroom. This is the courtroom. See how the benches are all on the same level? They're circular. The entire room is circular. It shows the basket making tradition of the community. The 7 grandfathers are represented here on the ceiling by these panels, acoustic panels. Now, we're still a work in progress. About the time we were finishing construction, the pandemic hit, so everything came to a stop. But for purposes of showing our indoor fire room, we set some chairs up. And these are probably not the chairs we're going to use, and this room is not finished. But you can see we have a fire pit, we have a copper hood here to draw the smoke out, and I'm really excited about this additional capability that we're going to have in the court. One of our other prominent posters throughout the facility is the power of the fire. Potawatomi are keepers of the fire. The fire has very strong healing properties, and we want to use that. Now, in closing, one of the things that I've said to folks is peacemaking is not just one thing. It's not just one kind of tool, but the tools that we develop for a judicial toolbox all need to be flexible and to be adjustable so that they fit the circumstances, the individuals with whom we're dealing. We were at a presentation like this once where we kind of went through this stuff, and asking the tribal prosecutor said to me, what is it we're trying to accomplish? If you can tell me what we're trying to accomplish, I can figure out what my role might be and how I can contribute. Well, as I thought about that, I thought, well, that's a legitimate question. It needs an answer. we're not doing a very good job communicating what it is we're trying to accomplish for community. So real quickly, very briefly, it occurred to me over a period of a couple of days of thinking about this, really, we're on a journey that involves 3 strands. The first strand was developing a community-based conflict resolution tool, the peace circles. But in addition, we were embarked on a strand to develop tools that we could actually use in the court itself, like diversion, community service, so on and so forth. And I talked about those different strands of justice for which we can develop tools.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
And the last strand was community education, because there's been so much destruction in our communities and our culture that some people in the community think we have this court, this adversarial court, it should do what it was designed to do, without realizing there's a much better way that preserves relationships and contributes to community harmony and is much more effective because it's issue oriented and problem solving. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Do we want to go to a break now? I know we don't have a ton of time for a break. We have about 3 minutes if we were to keep on schedule.
Right now, we're going to turn it over to Brett Shelton, who will be leading our break slash. So if you need to run and get something, Brett will also be doing a little moment of self-care.
Thanks, Christy. Let's see if I come on the screen here. These breaks are really important when some of us sit in front of our screens all day now in Zoom meetings and so on. So it's really important that you take a break. Please, if you can, stand up, move away from your desk and do what you got to do. I'm going to go through a few moves from yoga training that will just help with your back from sitting. So breathing is the most important thing in this. And so stand up if you'd like to and go along with me. Take a breath in, deep breath in, and then deep breath out. Just real slow. Now on the next breath in, if you can do it, gently lean back. You can put your hands back on the top of your hips to support yourself. Breathe in and arch back. Look up if you can. Breathe out, come back forward. Do that one more time. Breathe in, arch back. Breathe out, arch back forward. Your back moves in 6 different directions. When you're sitting, it's hunched over. And so what we're going to do is go through the 5 other directions. And you can do this whenever you get up for a break, and it'll help you. You don't want to go too hard because you're going to sit for a while, but it'll give you something to remember. And you can go longer than we're going to do today. We have very limited time. Next way that your back moves, in addition to forward and back, is also side to side. So let's take a stretch there. Take your hands up, breathe in and move to your left side. Then breathe out and move back to the center. Breathe in and move to your right side. You can grab your hands if that feels better like this. Breathe out and come back to the center. Now one more time to the left, breathing in. And back up, breathing out. And now to the right, breathing in. And back up, breathing out. Okay, that's 3 directions. We've got 2 more to make 5 in addition to the sitting direction. This one, we're going to rotate the trunk, twist. That's another way that the back moves. You're going to move so that your shoulders and your hips are moving, twisting from each other, as opposed to twisting just from your legs like I just did there. Instead, we're going to twist from the shoulders as much as possible. Don't go too hard. You don't want to throw anything out. First, we're going to breathe in and twist towards your right. Ready? Breathe in and twist. Hold it for a minute and then breathe out, twist back to center. Now breathe in, twist to your left. Twisting the shoulders away from the hips. Breathe out, come back. One more to the right. And breathe out, come back. Breathe in to the left and breathe out, come back. There you go. Take the rest of your time to do some more moving of your back or to get up and walk around a little bit. Let's come back in. We'll try to get towards back on schedule. Come back in 2 minutes if you can at 10:33. And thanks everybody. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Brett. While people are making their way back, Veronica Montano Pilch will be posting a question where our attendees will be able to win a prize. The first to answer the question and put it in chat will win a prize from Miss Veronica. When you are the winner, please make sure to provide an email so that the prize can be delivered to you. So Miss Veronica, let me know if you are there.
I am here, and I'm excited to be able to do this. I'm with CASA, Court Appointed Special Advocates. I run the CASA program in Bernalillo County. So I'm going to ask two questions. One, I believe might be easy, and one might be a little harder. The harder one first. Who was the first Native woman to give the prayer in Congress? Who was the first Native woman to give the prayer in Congress? Woohoo! Someone already won. It was Betty Fleischman said Judge Teller. And that's what's listed on Google. So I'm going to take for Betty. I'm going to ask another question, and it is, what is the lowest and highest score that you can score on the LSAT? What's the lowest possible score on the LSAT? You know, some people put some answers there, and I've got something different online. Okay, yeah. Okay, Roshana says 120, that's the lowest. So I'm gonna go now for the highest score. Yes, and Roshana got it again, 180. Did you just take the LSAT and were you looking at your scores? So we have those two winners. I'll be able to do this throughout the day. And people are posting the answers in chat. It's a $25 gift card to Amazon. So for Betty, I do have your email. Roshana, I do not, I think I may have your email, but put it in the chat, and those are the prizes you'll win. Thank you, Christy.
All right, thank you guys. We will resume and we will give it over to Chief Justice Briscoe to introduce the next set of panelists. Thank you. Judge Briscoe.
Yes, good morning, everyone from Choctaw, Mississippi. My name is Kevin Briscoe. I serve as Chief Justice of Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians and also serve as the first Vice President of the National American Indian Court Judges Association. I want to thank the committee for allowing me to introduce the 3 panels that we have before on the next presentation. I'm going to start off with Judge Verna Teller, and that was one of the questions, one of the things I was going to say about Judge Teller, that she was the first one to talk for Congress. But other than that, you know, me and Judge Teller go way back. I knew when she was the governor, and at that time she was the first female governor of her tribe. Ms. Teller is a member of the Southern Tiwa Pueblo of Isleta tribe, and also she was she was the first governor of her tribe. And other than that, Ms. Teller is a great friend of mine, and I really thank her for her wisdom that we've talked about for years. But I'm glad she's a part of this panel, and I thank her for being part of it. Next person is going to be Judge Tim Connors. He is he's been a state court judge since 1991. He presides over Washtenaw County Peacemakers Court. He also is an author and also has written many books. He also in 2017 He was appointed as a member of the Indigenous Peacemakers Initiative Group. He also, in 2017, he was the recipient of the National Council of Juvenile Family Court Judges Innovator of the Year Award for implementing Peacemaker and practice in state court, the state court system. Also in 2018, Judge Connor received the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Award from the NCAACP. Other than that, Judge Connor is a really good friend of mine. I just knew when we first met that he was a special person, and as I got to know him more, there was more that, you know, I felt that he had the best interests of all people in his court, and by implementing Peacemaker, you can see he's trying to be innovative in his court for the betterment of all people. The last person you heard this morning, as far as Mr. Shelton, talk about Judge Mike Jackson. Mike Jackson, like I want to concur with Mr. Shelton about Mr. Jackson about he is a leader of all leaders. He's a mentor of mine. I love to hear him speak, and I just want to give him some little information as far as, you know, he talked about right now that they're doing their cultural camp, and we talked Monday about after this virtual, maybe we might go back in the face-to-face, and Cheryl Fairbanks was talking about maybe going to Alaska for our next visit. And just to put in his mind, you know, he said they were doing a lot of berry picking, different things like that. And I just put a little hint in there, you know, if you're looking for free labor, you know, you have over like 100 or 267 people who have, I believe, are on this program today. So you might get that, you know, free labor if we come to your part of the woods in next year's event. But other than that, I'm going to turn it over to Judge Verna Teller, and she will give an insight on our peacemaking process. Ms. Teller?
Chief Judge Briscoe, we need to change the lineup. Ms. Teller is coming on, so
Okay.
if you can.
Sure, okay. We'll go to Judge Tim Connors. Judge Connors?
Kevin, thank you so much, but may I make a suggestion? I learned from Judge Jackson, and I think the teacher should go before the student.
Okay, sure. Judge Jackson, if you would.
Okay. I have no one else to pass it on to, but I'll gladly go and talk about the Cake Circle Peacemaking. We were out at camp many, many years ago. My grandfather was out there, my father, and me and my brothers, and I had 7 brothers and 3 sisters. And there was all my other cousins, aunties and uncles and their family were at this place called Cornwallis. And there was a little argument over who was going to sit by our great-grandmother. She was still alive. And my grandfather, Cochish, his name was Johnny Jackson, and he started talking about the raven, how selfish sometimes the raven in our culture is like the creator, the shift changer. And he uses a lot of parables in regard to his storytelling. That's the only way he didn't scold any of us. Just like my father, he would tell a story about the raven or something that happened to him. But when he got done, I asked kind of out loudly, I was around about 7 or 8. I said, you know, Grandpa straightened us out. There was no argument. Everybody felt good about taking turns sitting by our great-grandmother and helping her. I said, is there a law that we can look at? Because I just started school, a book that we can look at about how we live our life out at camp. And when you're out at camp, it's a pretty organic, free-flowing time. There's no clocks. The only time it's when it's high tide and low tide, and when there's daylight and nighttime. And he said, you know, sitting here in a big circle around our fire and sharing our food that we gathered and talking about the day, he said, all our laws are laws of the land. And it kind of went over my head, and I said, wait a minute. Isn't it written down somewhere, Papa? And he said, you know what he just said? Our way of life is our values, our core community values. You break it down even to our core family values. That really stuck in my mind as I was growing up. But participating in what is called a ko'i of a memorial, say, there are celebrations of life of people on earth journeys, and then those that take a walk into the forest, meaning they're done with this journey and continuing on. But we have a way of paying respect to them and respecting other people that helped out. There is a thing they call a potlatch that doesn't come anywhere near what a ko'i is. There's a thing they call a payback party. Now that is one Western way where the Western people use that term, payback, meaning you're in debt to somebody. And they outlawed it here in Alaska and in Canada in 1884. That was the beginning of trying to take the native out of us. But we call it a ko'i, a memorial for a person, celebration of life. We just took this circle peacemaking from just a little sliver, like off your fingernail, of a piece of the peacemaking. And the Colloquium, the deer people. There is the Tagwedi people, the Kilawil.
I'm sorry, Miss Teller. Do you mind muting your?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
The people of the forest that guide our spirit when we journey on to another world are the Tequedi people, the bear people. And it goes on the different clans. But when I start looking into the laws of the land, you look at our core community values. Here in Cake, I developed the Cake Circle Peacemaking from that little bit of knowledge I have of ko'i. Because the values of respect of oneself, the elders, others, and properties, and everything around you, the forgiveness of self and others, and the love of oneself and others, family, your clan, your community, and your generosity toward those people. And then there's the humor and health. There's a good balance of the way we look at it, like the circle and the medicine wheel. I look at it as physical, the mental, and the emotional. Those are the Western way of looking at court systems. But us, we add the spiritual, like I loved the picture and the diagram of Judge Petoskey's peacemaking facility that he had on the screen. It just warms my heart. Then there's the honesty. You cannot remember, we tell the young children that come to our court, you cannot remember all the lies you tell and the fibs. But when you're honest, you can just say what happened, and you've told it. There's nothing to hide. You don't have to fill up your head of all the lies because you can never remember them all. And because we're community, the sharing, the happiness, the grieving, the customary and traditional gathering that we all do, and the leadership. We take the leadership here as a thing of being a good listener and a servant, not a commander-in-chief, not a general, but somebody that's willing to listen. And that's where one of the core values come in. I like to compare the Western courts because I was part of them in the Alaska court system as the magistrate judge here and visiting district courts pro tem at different communities, where in the Western way, the people involved are lawyers and judges and experts and witnesses. But here in our community circles, it's all local people. The process in the Western way is adversarial, like you've been talking about. It's the state versus the offender. Whereas in our community circle, it's consensus. And the issues of the courts, there's laws are broken, and in community circles, relationships broken. Now, the focus in the Western way is guilt and offender. In the community circles, there's a holistic view where there's the needs of the victim. Because in our process, the victim is the most important part of this whole circle peacemaking. The wrongdoer is just part of it. They become the part of the process. But there is a plan laid out for them, the community, and especially the victim, like we say. We draw upon the resources that are available for the solutions. There are tools. There's punishment and control, like Cheryl or someone said before, it showed that crazy statistics of where we're just a small percentage of our state, but there's 40% of us represented in our state jails. The procedures, I remember looking at these big, thick court rules. They're like 4 inches thick with small print. But in our circles, there's flexible guidelines. There's the tools of punishment and control, like I say, but in circles, there's healing and the support. The results are in the Western way, like someone was just telling us, there's winners and losers. But in our community circles, it's remedial, meaning that there's a plan laid out for the victim and the wrongdoer. There is the healing that begins for the victim and the family and their friends. But it also maximizes the interest of all. Everybody's heard, and even including the wrongdoer and the community. And part of the wrongdoer, they realize without even being hinted to that they apologize to the victim. Like I say in past, that being a victim, it really stifles the emotional, the spiritual, and the physical and mental growth of a person. And we see that many of times in courts. But if there is a process, a holistic way of coming to a consensus on how we can resolve an issue, it becomes a healing journey to become a survivor, to free them from the bounds of control by the wrongdoer. It would be great to come up with some kind of way of dealing with domestic violence, sexual abuse, to address it in this way of getting people involved, of looking at the abuse of women and young girls, the education of our young men to be warriors, defenders of our community. That includes defenders of women and young girls. It would be a really good way of saying that you've helped out our community. We're still developing that. We have them, but we have the victim and the wrongdoer and domestic violence in separate circles, because we all know just a twitch of an eyebrow from a wrongdoer, an abuser, toward the victim. And if the victim is looking at the perpetrator, he still has control. But we found out that using our circles, it builds community. It improves the services. We really look toward our regional nonprofits like Search Hospital for mental and substance abuse and domestic violence work. But we know that it reduces recidivism and dependence upon the government and the cost to the state and the community if we can get involved. And that is what is great about circles. You can develop them really quick to address the real issues that do come up, and you get the people that volunteer. For the last 22 years, we've had no budget. We've ran on all volunteerism, but we've had a lot of communities come here to learn about.
Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt, just
Circle
doing a
Peacemaking.
gentle reminder that you have 3 minutes left. Go ahead.
Thank you. And part of that community is, I remember meeting along with David Raasch, Mike Petoskey, Barbara Smith, Mr. Whitefish, with the New York District Attorney's Office, facilitated by the FBI, to work for a system in the Red Hook District of Manhattan. And they have developed circle peacemaking about working within the communities there, even little parts of it for the juveniles. So I know it works all over the place, and they're still working at it with the Center for Community Innovative Courts. So goodness cheese for all those that have spoken and all those participating. And thank you for NARF for facilitating this. And Cheryl, my sister, there in New Mexico, for your leadership. And Carson for keeping us on track. Goodness cheese, Shah. Thank you.
Judge Teller, I believe you're on next.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Judge. And to all of you, thank you. My greetings to all of you from Pueblo country, from the village of Shehuiftoy. I'm sitting at home in my dining room. We're off work today for 2 weeks because of the COVID. So I'm happy to see all of you again this morning, and I was so blessed to be part of the colloquium that we had a few days ago, and we're back again. I see a lot of familiar faces, and it's nice to see everyone again. Judge Raasch, I remember you from way back. It's nice to see you again. So I want, thank you for Miss Ross, because she's going to have to keep me on task here with time as usual. We all like to talk. I want to talk a little bit about, and I'm really grateful before I start to the young people who were on the meet and greet yesterday evening. I was very honored to have a chance to be on there to listen to all the encouraging words and just a lot of hopefulness from these young people in terms of the way they're looking at the judicial system and what they see in terms of using peacemaking and peace circles to begin to bring back our way of dealing justice or dealing with peacemaking and making peace with our community and ultimately healing our community through these processes. And it's really heartening. And I'm very grateful that all of you have that kind of thinking. And those of us who have been around for a little bit are going to be passing the torch one of these days, maybe for some of us soon, that it gives me a lot of hope that this work is going to continue into the future. And we are moving full circle, I think, into our own way of thinking and our own traditions and our culture being strengthened as Native people in terms of the way we mete out justice and we enhance and create peacemaking in our communities, which ultimately our goal is to work toward healing. I thank you, Judge Petoskey, for your words this morning and for the words that I've heard yesterday and last week and again this morning about the work that all of you are doing in your communities to move toward this more indigenous and cultural way of healing our communities. And I'm just really honored and humbled to be a part of this process. Isleta has, the Pueblo of Isleta, where I'm from, Xihuiftay, we started a peacemaking pilot project in 2016 here. It was sanctioned by the tribal council. At that time, I was on the tribal council, and I had heard about peacemaking efforts in other courts, primarily in Navajo. I had heard of it many, many years ago. I know in Navajo, they started this a long time ago. Why we haven't jumped on that sooner, I don't know. I think sometimes for those of us who adopted the IRA form of government, which is really limited in Pueblo country, out of the 19 Pueblos, there are really only 5 of us that, and one was added recently, which makes 5 of us that have constitutional governments. The rest of the Pueblo tribes are still functioning as they should be under a traditional form of government. So nevertheless, they also have a judicial system within their communities, not necessarily as formal or as policy driven and rule driven and procedural driven as many of us are. One of the things that I heard that I absolutely agree with is how procedural and how policy and rule driven that we are. And when we are, it becomes sometimes really convoluted. It just really pulls us away from some of us who are from our communities who are judges. It makes it very difficult to bring in our own way of doing things when it comes to trying to help our communities and heal. So it's taken us a few years at Isleta to really strengthen our peacemaking program. One of the things that I realized when I came in as judge, I was reappointed at the beginning of 2019, so I'm back. I was there for a while. A few years ago, we appointed, and I'm back again. We've had some inconsistency in our court in terms of judges, and that's not been healthy for our justice system because different judges bring different ways of running the court. And so it's been a little confusing for some of our community members. But I think one of the things that has not been healthy for us is that, or not always healthy, and with all due respect to all the attorneys, and for some of you who know me for years, know my attitude about having been taught and trained in Western law and bringing it to the communities is not always a good thing. And it's not really the fault, I guess, or I'm not sure how to phrase this, but sometimes when law-trained individuals become judges in especially traditional communities, they bring that training, they bring that what they've been taught into the community, and it's very strict. And obviously we've been talking about how adversarial the Western model of justice is. And when they bring that into communities, into our tradition, especially our traditional communities, it doesn't fit. It has never fit. And since our latest trauma, which was IRA, and when they brought that trauma to us and said, you all have to act this way, you have to do things the way the federal government is telling you to do things. Of course, tribal governments, tribal courts have evolved, or I should say, and I've used this term, we've devolved into a system that doesn't work for us. I've heard this numerous times from speakers before me, and I can't agree more that we have to pull back and we have to start using our own way of justice and our own way of healing in order to heal our communities. Obviously, I think we're all realizing, and we've realized that it doesn't work. Whatever we've been doing hasn't worked. When we see our members coming in and it becomes a revolving door for some of these folks, we know something isn't working right. So in Isleta, we had some peacemakers. Anybody that wanted to be a peacemaker could sign up and be trained and certified to be a peacemaker. And so for those of you, and many of you live in your communities, you're part of the community, you're a member of the tribe. As Judge Petoskey said, it can be very difficult to be a judge and a tribal member. We all know each other, especially if we have a small tribe, like most of the Pueblo tribes. We all know each other, everybody knows everybody's business, and it can be very difficult when you're using a Western model. Anybody that comes before the court can say you're conflicted out because you're my cousin, you're my neighbor, you're my in-law, you're my this, you're my that. And so in our traditional way, that doesn't matter. Peacemaking and healing and resolution happen with families, as in most tribes. And so I won't say the judge, but the peacemaker or the person who was in charge of facilitating a healing session was your grandfather, your uncle, your auntie, your grandma, those people that are part of the family, or someone in the community who could be your clan father, your clan mother. Those are the people, and we're all related. So this whole notion of conflict really wasn't part of our traditional way of thinking. So when we looked at how our peacemakers were working at Isleta, we decided that I think the best way to do this is to bring in our community members, our people who already have high standing and who already are recognized in our community as having a high respect. And so we've recruited clan mothers and clan fathers to be our peacemakers in our community, and we're finding that people come in and parties come in and they immediately know that these folks who are our peacemakers are people of high respect in our community, and it's just an automatic feeling that they have, that they know that these people are very kind, their interest is in their healing. And so immediately that whole atmosphere and that environment is set up for that healing process to begin. And I think we're finding that to be very beneficial, and it's working for us. So I just got an email from someone. So I wanted to say that we're also a JDAI site at Isleta. When some of you are familiar with JDAI, which is a Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative, Isleta, and I believe there's a tribe in Minnesota and the Mississippi Choctaw are also JDAI sites. We also, Isleta is located, our land is really in 4 different counties. And so the 2 main counties that Isleta is right down the middle, we have one county and the other county. So we are really in the middle of the biggest city in New Mexico, Albuquerque, which is in Bernalillo County. And then we have Valencia County, where we have a huge growing community south of us. So we're sandwiched in between these 2 jurisdictions, and our children go to school in both of these counties. And so sometimes our children get into problems at school. They're not in Isleta. So we have come to some agreements. And so Isleta has had a notification protocol in place for probably over 10 years with primarily Valencia County, where most of our children go to school, so that when one of our children for whatever reason, gets involved in the juvenile justice system in that county, the county probation, the juvenile probation people, the school resource people immediately notify the tribe. They notify the court, the probation officers, that we have one of your children here. And so we're able to, and they look to us to provide the resource, to make recommendations regarding how to deal with this child and the issues that brought him into the justice system. And part of that is the peacemaking process. We have very recently decided that we are going to utilize the peacemakers for intervention and prevention of for these young people. Let us use the peacemakers who already have the knowledge and the standing in our community to work with youth that we identified as youth at risk, or to work with those youth who have already become involved in the juvenile justice system, either here in Isleta or outside of our community. And we're finding that not only using the peacemakers for those folks who already have disputes, for those issues like probates, where sometimes probates can be really crazy in Indian country, as many of you know. They can be very contentious, and we use the peacemakers for that a lot. But besides using them for those regular situations with adults that come into the court system, we're also now using them to work with our young children. Like in many Native communities, we have so many issues related to substance abuse and alcohol abuse, and we have issues related to domestic violence. We've seen an uptick in domestic violence here recently, since we've all been isolated in our homes. Our villages have been closed. We're not allowed to bring in anyone. We're not having any ceremonies. We're not having any groups. Our feast days are all canceled. So all those group gatherings that we normally have, social and ceremonial, have been put on hold because of COVID. So people are just kind of sick of looking at each other and being stuck together at home. And sometimes that irritability rises to domestic violence. And so we're seeing our kids, who are now at home as well, experiencing and witnessing some of this kind of contention and just irritability that's happening in their homes. And so there's been a little uptick. Now, how do we deal with those children? We're giving them a forum. We're providing a mechanism for them to get out of the house. Let's go to the park, bring them to the park. Let's have a social distancing gathering in the park where they can sit with the elders, with our peacemakers. And the way we're using the peacemakers in this setting is they are also knowledge keepers in our community. So the way we've had the peacemakers come in and work with our young children is to be storytellers. A lot of our children who have come home, their parents have come back home to our village to share with Day after living in the city, living out of the state. Many of them are returning home. And so many of these children are coming without having had that kind of traditional cultural experience that the children that live here all the time have. And so we want to bring those children back into our fold, bring them back into our family as Shewifun, bring them back. And the way we do that is to help them have that sense of belonging, to remember and to remind them and to tell them that they are ours, we love them, and they belong here and they are welcome. And if our children aren't hearing that, they become disconnected, and so they seek other ways of finding whatever peace, or maybe doing other things that are not healthy for them. And we want to prevent that. And so we're now using our peacemakers to work with our children to prevent them from engaging in behavior or engaging in activities that are not healthy for them. we're looking at our peacemakers now as prevention counselors, I guess you can, for lack of a better term, but really there are healers. And so for those children who have already become involved in the system, not unlike adults, I mean, and we don't want them to get to that point where they're adults and they're now committing crimes or they're doing things that are not healthy for the community or for themselves, obviously. Before they get there, before they get to that point, we want to try to intervene into that behavior and remind them as well that they're worthy, they belong here, they're part of our community, they're part of our family, and we need them. And I think our young people, especially the young adults who are finding themselves in this system, in the justice system, whether it's here in Albuquerque and here in Isleta or anywhere else, we want to pull them back in, utilizing the peacemakers as a form of intervention. Those are all terms everybody throws around. We all have our own words for those things in our language, and that's the way we're now using our peacemakers. We very recently, within the last 3 or 4 months, actually, since before the COVID hit and everyone became isolated, we're still having regular business in Isleta. We went back to the tribal council and we let them know how the peacemakers are working. We let them know what the status is, how they've helped the court, how we plan to use them with our young people. And we asked them to make peacemaking as a regular part of our tribal court. It's been a pilot project for a few years, and it's high time that we move beyond that and make it a regular part of our court. So the council was agreeable to that. They sanctioned the peacemakers as a regular part of the court. And so we look forward to having a peacemaker program as a part of our court from now until, I hope, forever, and that it continues to grow, expand, and get better, and that our people begin to recognize and use it more. This is not, for us and like for most tribes, this is not a new form of healing. This was the way we always did it. And so we're just, again, going back, making that circle, and we're using this process again, like we always did. One of the things that I heard, and one of the things that I've personally experienced, it's been a little disheartening for me and makes it a little tough. Again, I'm going to go back to law school training, where law school doesn't teach peacemaking. I don't know. We have an American Indian Law Center in Albuquerque. I've always wondered why they don't make this a regular part of their curriculum, where they're, especially because you have most of the law students are Native. So why don't we have this type of training and this peacemaker training, or at least some form of recognizing traditional ways of resolution, whatever you want to call it, mediation, peacemaking, healing? Why do we not have that as part of the regular curriculum? So when a law-trained, even Native, comes into the tribal court and says, oh no, we can't do it like that because that's not what I learned in law school. To be honest with you, it's a turnoff, because then that means that we're just not willing to open up our minds and be objective enough to start utilizing our own way to deal with our community and our people. And it's so ingrained, and I think it's a brainwashing at law school that keeps new law students who are now moving into being tribal judges to not want to do things that are not part of the Western law training that they received for however many of 3-4 years that they were in law school. So that's kind of, it's something that some of us who have been in tribal government, who have been sitting on the bench for a bit, have learned I guess the hard way. I think Judge Petoskey talked about that earlier, and it takes a while to get it. And so my hope is that these new law students and those folks who are thinking about going to law school, I hope we need to get this word out to them that there's a new way to do things in tribal government, so that in tribal courts, so that we don't have to be stuck when we go to tribal courts and we're hired as judges or prosecutor or whatever position in our tribal court system, that we shouldn't be stuck in this mold of utilizing a Western model because it's not working. And I think, having been from a lot of judges that I see here on this panel, a lot of judges that I see in Indian country, especially here in New Mexico, even non-native judges who have become our allies in this process, they've been around for a little bit. So I think that over time, it takes that time to realize that this Western model isn't working in our court system. And I think that, and it's so heartening, and I'm so hopeful again that this process that we're all looking at bringing back our own traditional ways of healing and meting out justice, if that's what you want to call it, for our communities, is becoming a stronger and stronger effort in our government, in our tribal courts. For me, I see that hope at the end of the tunnel. I see that light at the end of the tunnel, that somehow we're going to be agents of change and those agents of healing in our communities. Not only for our children, certainly always keeping in mind our mantra, and I think a lot of judges in Indian country, it's always in the best interest of our children, always putting our children first.
Bernette, I don't mean to interrupt, just wanted to give you a heads up that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop. Thank you for letting me know that. So thank you, judges, all of you who are on here now that are doing this. I think it's really important that one of these days we have this presentation for tribal leaders. Our tribal leaders need to recognize what's going on in our tribal courts, our tribal councils and our executives. They need to know what's happening in our tribal courts, and they need to support this process. So I think they need that education as well as all of us, in terms of the kind of healing courts that we're all working toward. So I appreciate all of you. We all need patience. I pray for all of you with all my heart, that all of you have patience and with the work that everyone's doing, and stay strong. Thank you, Judge Briscoe.
Thank you, Judge Teller. At this time, Judge Connors, if you would.
Absolutely. But could you tell me, Judge Briscoe, when you want me to end? Because I've got a great timekeeper right to my right, and she'll give me a gentle nudge.
I believe we're given 20 minutes, but you can take the rest. You can take my part if you want.
No, sir. No. So I just need to know. So 20 minutes from now.
So 11:40, if possible.
It's more than possible. It's probable. First of all, Judge Petoskey earlier, when he talked about coming out and willing to teach and share with me and our court and our community, he's exactly right. He challenged us to say, I'm not out here to give you a recipe, and I'm really challenging you to go deeper. And that challenge, I think, was really important, because I don't think we would have really gotten it without it. So, we've talked a lot about values, and I really learned how important that was in the circles, and to be thinking about what values are we affirming in our current system, what values should we be affirming if we're truly trying to serve our community. And so I want to start with that, because I think that is important in anything in peacemaking. And I want to share with you a dream I had, because I've been trying to figure out how I can explain this to other state court judges is always a challenge. And the dream I had was recently, and I shared this with Brett Shelton, we talked about it, and I woke up, and I thought it really had happened. It was at the beginning of the COVID, and our state was in stay-at-home lockdown order. Nobody was supposed to be in the streets. Margaret and I live right next to the highway. And I had this dream, and we were all, you know, staying at home, trying to do court from home. Nobody could even come into the courthouse. And I had this dream that they called me up and said, well, you know, the state's paying you. And so, you know, some of our people are on furlough, and the whole Department of Transportation, nobody's supposed to be on the highways. So, Judge, you're going to have to pick up and take over some responsibility to help clean up the highway, some debris or things that happened. So in the dream, I went right down to the exit near us, and they said, there's somebody put some big graffiti up on the overpass bridge, go clean it up. So I go in the dream, and I'm walking down, and I'm thinking, well, there's nobody on the highway, but I'm a little bit vulnerable here. And I get to the big overpass, and I look up, and somebody in big block letters had put M-E, me, huge block letters. And if you can imagine, I'm standing there looking up, and I'm thinking, you know, it took a whole lot of people to build this bridge. Who's this me putting their name on top of a building or something all about them? Sort of like if you build a big skyscraper and you put your name on it, huge, particularly if the last four letters are rump. But I sat there and I was looking up, and I was thinking, well, that's pretty selfish, but I better get out of the road to go wash it up. So I went up on the overpass, and I had the broom, and I went down to look at it, and it suddenly struck me that when I was standing up above looking down, if I looked and read from right to left, the words said we. The M and the W are the same, it's just that one are upside down. And it struck me that our system is like that, where we put up above, build some building, some bench, put me, meaning me being the power, and instead, we should always be looking on the people we serve with the guidance from above, and when we do that, we see we. It seems to me that that concept of me trying to dominate versus we trying to listen is the shift that we are talking about. It's the choice that we have to make. Judge Petoskey, I first met Judge Petoskey when our state, because of the leadership of our Supreme Court and the relationship of Judge Petoskey and our Chief Justice Michael Kavanaugh, said we are behind and deficient in our compliance in this state, along with the rest of the nation, of compliance with the spirit and intent of the Indian Child Welfare Act. And we don't want to do that. So it was really through ICWA compliance that our Supreme Court was insisting on that I first met Judge Petoskey. And as we worked on that, I began to recognize and heard about this thing of peacemaking. And I said, can I come out? Can Margaret and I come out? Can we sit with you on the bench? I said, sure, you can do that. And that's when we went back, and with his challenge, we went back to our Michigan Supreme Court and said, you know what, we're really missing the boat here. I mean, I know we're talking about the Indian Child Welfare Act and increased compliance, but the more as we learn about why that was so important and the historical aspect of it, the more I started to realize we have missed the boat. And fortunately, because of the relationship Judge Petoskey had already established with the Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court, they said, take up his challenge. Go see what principles, what policies, what philosophy, what procedures might be applicable or could be helpful in a state court system, and report back to us. So they sent me off to look at the 4 Ps and report back. And as I kind of learned about that, and as I met people, and Mike really introduced me to many other people in the indigenous community around the country. And I remember thinking about those 4 Ps and what Justice Petoskey not only talked about, but had lived in the principles of peacemaking. When I first went to him and talked about philosophies, he said, well, it begins with relationships. It begins with relationships. The we that we talked about, not me, we, not all of us together. And I looked at and found out that we're now in the 4th decade, but it was because of Judge Petoskey and his relationship with Justice Kavanaugh. Now in our 4th decade, they developed a relationship both professionally and then personally. And the more they developed that relationship, respect grew between the two of them. The first time that Justice Kavanaugh brought the state judges to meet with the tribal judges, he told all the tribal judges, we know we have more to learn from you than you do from us. So out of those relationships and out of that respect, then came the third principle of peacemaking, in action, not words, responsibility. We collectively, our government to government relationships, out of respect for each other, in these two peninsulas that we share, surrounded by 4 of the 5 Great Lakes, we have a common responsibility for the communities we serve to serve them in a better way. And then I think what Brett talks about, that 4th principle of reciprocity, it was really through that relationship where informally Judge Petoskey and Justice Kavanaugh had established the tribal state federal forum. Then they made it formal. And out of that is that idea that we give and share to each other. During the pandemic, the Supreme Court got every judge and every referee in the state a Zoom license so we could continue to serve the communities that we have. But the Supreme Court also offered that Zoom license to every tribal court in our state, which I thought was a beautiful thing. The reciprocity goes both ways, and I still think in our 4th and in what we've tried to develop in our state court, we've kind of moved towards resiliency, and many of us have talked about that and the importance of that for all of our communities. I contrast that with what Brett said earlier about rights, that our system is about rights. And Brett and I have talked, and he said, you know, really, isn't this right, this idea of right, this idea that me predominates or dominates over others, this creation of a legal fiction that something is more important, isn't it really based in property? And the more I thought about it, the more I read about it, the more I looked into it, I said, you're right. And a perfect example is the way in our family courts with our concept of rights that we treat our children as if they are property, almost like real estate, and the fights about our implantation upon them. Judge Petoskey shared with us, there's a word in Potawatomi. There is no word for child. The closest that comes is panoje, panoje. And it literally translates to young spirit coming forth. You see, when we think about our children that way, we go back to that concept of relationship. We go back to that concept of respect. We look at that child as this young spirit coming forth. We look back at our responsibility to nurture and feed and protect that spirit. And I think that really is a great way of thinking about it. I started thinking about the 4 Ps that I was challenged by Judge Petoskey that I had to report back to the Supreme Court on. And I started thinking about this concept of property. And I really started to think there's the dark side of these 4 Ps that were being challenged in our state court system. Because it seems to me when it's all about property and our laws are all about the accumulation of property for me, then we get into power and control. And if we get into power and control, the more property that we take for me, as opposed to we, then we have to have laws to try to protect that. So we write proscriptive laws, thou shalt not. Judge Petoskey talked about that experience in the communities when he tried to create the tribal courts, of the distrust because of how that had happened. Laws had been used to hurt and harm our indigenous communities rather than to heal them. I found that to be profound because my own experience comes from being in Ireland and one of the first experiences of colonization centuries ago, where my ancestors lost, it was proscribed, they could not meet, they could not have ceremony, they could not speak the language, and ultimately were evicted from the land where they had always been through a famine and hunger and lack of help. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? So there was a certain kind of historical relationship with our own experience that seemed to me I could understand and relate to that of our indigenous communities. So with proscription became punishment, and it really goes back to the concept that we are going to control those who have more than others, are threatened by the we, the me, the me, the me. In looking at that, Judge Petoskey talked about that experience. Isn't that courtroom beautiful that they have created? It is magnificent. But I started thinking about what can we do with what we have? What's the first thing? And the first thing that struck me, and Judge Petoskey and Judge Fairbanks and some of you have been to our courtroom and we got help on that. But the first thing I said is, I want this to look more like an urgent care, a healing center where people came in because they're hurting than a police station. And so the first thing we did, what we learned from Judge Petoskey, is we took the 7 grandfather teachings. We did it in a quiet way. We got them on little gold plaques with the words, and we spread them around. And then above each of the words, quietly, is a picture, a photograph, a saying, something to get people to look at those and then think about the energy of those grandfather teachings underneath. We also, when we visited Judge Petoskey, and we're talking about creating the space and the place for peacemaking in whatever you have, the resources you have. And one of the things when we went and first visited with Judge Petoskey, at the end of it with Margaret and I, he put a blanket around us and said, this is for you two, in love, to do the good work you're doing. It's a profound moment for us then. I can feel it right now as I relate it to you, and it's profound again to me. But we said it's too selfish for us to take this home. It needs to go on the wall. That energy needs to be on the space in our courtroom as we're creating that space and place, and we put it right across from the jury box. So as jurors are coming in and hearing cases, at the end of it, they always keep asking me, what is that all about? And we can start to talk about peacemaking. We also really talked about the idea of that space and place, and the idea of that hierarchy of a bench, and that idea of control and of power. And I always point out when people come into the courtroom in the docket, and I don't know if you can see it, but I say, well, here's the gavel the state gave me, which is to hit and control order and pound down if I'm hearing things I don't want to hear. And this is basically what we're asked to do to people who are coming in an adversarial way. That's my power from the state court. We talked about the talking piece, and this is something that was a gift. You saw it in the film, and it's a beautiful sturgeon over an egg carved by a peacemaker from Little River, another one of our tribal courts, where he said, this is the energy you can bring into the courtroom. His name is Patrick Wilson. And when he had us use this, I have both on the bench. I explain, this one nurtures, this one heals, this one has the concept of the responsibility of the adults taking care of the egg. This is the egg underneath, the sturgeon egg. We can either help you to heal, and I'll give you all I have. And if you notice, this gavel is much bigger than this gavel of power. Which one do you want? This is the one I prefer. If not, you can have that. So we sort of set the stage on that way. The other thing we do is keeping in mind that this is not appropriation. For my own centering, I have over my heart the pin from my tribe that was declared by the Irish government in 2017 as the original indigenous tribe. And my family found me. I didn't find them when we went back to Ireland to talk. My mother's side, they weren't from that part, the original indigenous group, but I've always known them because they hadn't left. And the pin that was given to me, I wear over my left heart on the bench to keep me centered at all times. I also wear a ring that Brett Shelton made for me with an Irish green stone in 4 directions to help me keep centered. And in front on the bench, I have cards and things, Mike Petoskey, Cheryl Fairbanks, Brett, Bill Thorne, people who have helped me to be centered and to appeal to everybody in our community. Go back to your ancestors, know your roots. Understand your responsibility, your relationship to each other, all of us here in our community here today. And then we move, I've got 4 minutes and I'll be on time. And then we started to say in that, at, and some of you have been there, we took the chairs normally lined up where the attorneys would sit, and we put that in circle. And so frequently we prefer to come down in circle with that other gavel and what we've talked about in handling those things. I just want to talk quickly about where we've applied it. We started obviously in child welfare because we wanted the ICWA compliance. We did ICWA as the gold standard for all children. We reduced the number of children in foster care in Washtenaw County by 35% over a 2-year period. The rest of the state, if you took out Wayne County, that did have some reduction, was 9%. We have the lowest per capita removal rate in any county in the state. We've used it in all kinds of cases. We're starting, I want to tell you, Judge Michael Jackson, that we're doing some of the criminal sentencing circles now. We've used it in civil wrongful death cases. We've used it in all the family court. We've used it in business disputes. But I want to leave with you perhaps maybe the most exciting application. We have a decades-long problem in litigation in this county with a polluter of our water system. And the state, through the Attorney General, had reached a consent agreement with the polluter a number of decades ago. But now we're realizing it isn't working. And when I was assigned the case, the first thing I did is bring in members of the community and environmental groups. And I said, these are the people who live here. We have an obligation to clean this water up for the rest of the generations that follow. And unless all of you reach agreement, you're going to come back and I'm going to retry this case. And they have gone into circle and they have been working. And it looks to me like we finally have a plan where they understand they can't litigate their way out of it. It's gone up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's backed me on this. I'm still got my fingers crossed, but it seems to me, that sense of you polluted this water and you have a responsibility, and the people that have been affected, you have to hear their voices and they have to sign off.
Like Judge Teller.
So like Judge Teller is saying, we have a better way of doing it. I think I'm probably up on my time. I want to thank you so very, very much, both Margaret and I, to allow us to be a part of this excellent, excellent, excellent group of people.
Thank you, Judge Connors. At this time, I'm going to go end it, but I want to thank all three presenters. They did an excellent job. And I'm just going to go overview what Choctaw does here. We are a distinct court. We have 5 different courts right now. We have the Supreme Court, which is made up of myself and 2 associate justices. Also, we have a civil court made up of 2 civil court judges, a senior and associate, a criminal court division, which one judge is our domestic violence judge. Others do the other side as criminal. We have 2 there, 2 youth court judges, and 2 peacemaker judges. Right now, there are some where we still have a fill-in, but we're still doing the work. I want you guys to keep our peacemaker in your prayers right now. He is just got out of quarantine. He did have the virus, so a lot of the prayers. He's going to be back at work in about 2 weeks, but again, he was supposed to be here with me presenting, but due to the illness, we pray for him at this time. When I was put in as a judge, associate judge in 2002, the chief at that time was Chief Philip Martin. And one of the things he told me, and all the judges, all the chiefs that we've had now from now to the present, has told us to be very innovative, do things out of the box like we're doing here as far as with this conference. And you know, if there's any way you can work with our kids, you know, let's see that. You know, we just don't want to see them in jail. That's not the punishment we want to see our kids. And so at that time, you know, working with Cheryl Fairbanks, and I don't want to exclude a lot of the peacemakers in, but it took all these peacemakers, me going to different conferences and learning from you, to where I was able to sit in as our youth peacemaker judge back in 2008. And from then on, you know, we've had different peacemakers come in as far as youth peacemakers, but it's been a great incentive for our programs, because sometimes what was told to me is that, you know, as a young, I think I was like around 32 years old at that time, moving on up, that, you know, my mind is different from others. You know, I have a young mind that I could reach to young people at that time. So with that, I was able to work with our kids in a different way other than adults. And I tell people the only way I came into working with our adults, one of our peacemakers got sick, and we had cases for like 3 months where it wasn't being done. And the Chief Justice came to me and said, "Hey, can you sit in for her?" And I said, "Well, you know, I've never done adults before, you know," but she says, "You know, just, you know, use your mind, just, you know, you can work with them." And I worked with the adults for about 6 months until we had a peacemaker come back. But it was very interesting to see the difference of adults and minors as far as working with them. But everything went well. But when I became Chief Justice, I no longer I'm able to do that. But I do keep in contact, and I keep my mind fresh working with Cheryl and Judge Potopsky and everybody else, you know, to make sure that, you know, I keep in times with everybody else. But, you know, peacemaking has been there for centuries, you know, and it's nothing new to us. You know, I remember back when I was growing up with my family, you know, we would always have Sunday dinners, and that would be the time where we talked about certain things with the family, and making sure that, you know, going to school and being behaved and everything like that, not getting in trouble, you know. So that was kind of, you know, our courts too. We kind of was in front of our aunts and uncles, grandma, grandpa, and different things like that. So I always considered a court too. But one thing that I want to share with you, the challenge that we had when we started our Peacemaker was more or less the people. They wasn't into change. We had to go out in the community to make sure they understood, you know, what the process was and how, and the outcomes and what we're looking for. And as they, different people came to court and took and bought in on what we were doing, the word just got out to other people who were coming before the court to make sure that, you know, this was a win-win situation. I mean, there was no punishment as far as jail time, no fines or anything. It was a meeting between both parties to make it right. You know, we more or less don't want them. It made the resolutions may not come out like they wanted to, but at least they leave civil with a mind that, you know, we can work this out. And I've always told them it's always a win-win situation when you come to peacemaker courts. Other than, I told you I was going to be brief. And I want to thank everybody, the presenters, because like I say, they said everything that I thought I was going to say to you, you know, and I think, you know, they had more to say. And I just hope that the next time we do meet again, that everybody will be here again. So thank you again. I appreciate your time. Okay, Christy.
Thank you, everyone. We wrapped that up a little bit earlier, but there were a couple of questions in the chat box, and I'm putting it out to our panelists to take a look at that question, that we may answer it. For the time being, given that we have very short breaks, we will be resuming at noon. It's going to be a working lunch. But given that we have very, very short breaks, we will make up for it here. And so get a quick bite to eat, because at noon we will have our students providing a video where they'll be discussing peace circles. With that as well, we want to be able to continue with the questions where you can win a prize. And Miss Veronica, if you are on, you can provide some questions. So for now, we'll have a 15-minute break, but please come on time at noon and we will resume the video. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so real quick before some of you leave, I'll ask 2 questions. And let's see, what didn't I ask? What is the IPI? What is the IPI? So what's does IPI stand for?
Ms. Veronica, I think, is that in reference to NARF?
Yes. That's harder than we thought. Somebody, oh, Roshana again. Okay. That's one question. Let me ask another one. What does aloha mean? Fast fingers. Okay, Don. Don gave it first. He's the first one on the chat that has it. Then I'll ask one more. How many federally, I didn't ask this before, I don't think. How many federally recognized tribes are there in the US? Oh, someone got 574. The first one, hold on. Oh, all of you have answered it now. So the first one for IPI was Roshana, and the first one for Aloha was Dawn, D-O-N, and then the first one for, I can't see, is 574. The first one was Kevin Briscoe. Woohoo! So we got some winners. We'll ask a couple more when we come back. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Shayna. Hi, Shayna Rose. Michaela and Carson, could you make sure Christy has your phone numbers, because the panelists aren't looking at the chat box. And so we're having Katrina give the gentle reminders. So just in case we have something come up, if you could text Christy your phone numbers, okay? Go for it.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next presenters will be the student scholars showing the NARV video. And for this, we have two dynamic young individuals who will be leading this session. We have Michaela Demert and Miss Carson Smith.
Halito, everyone. My name is Carson. So welcome to this event. During this event, we're going to explore the topic of healing in our communities through peacemaking and cultural practices. In a moment, we're going to watch a brief video about peacemaking created by the Native American Rights Fund. And then following the video, we will discuss the topic of healing in our communities with young Indigenous leaders from across the country. So please give me a second as I put the video up. It works best if everybody turns their videos off. That'll make the video run a little bit smoother. It's about a 12-minute video.
Starting point for me was a 13-year-old girl that appears in court for truancy. And the judge calling her case, the young lady approaches the bench, reads the charge, asks her how she pleads, and she says, guilty. The judge simply says, okay, I'll find you guilty. I'm imposing a fine of $90. You have 90 days to pay that fine. If you do not pay that fine in 90 days, your driver's license will be suspended when you're eligible to get one. That took around 11 seconds. When she came to get her paperwork, I said, young lady, why don't you go to school? She was a young Native girl, maybe 13. And she said, every morning when I wake up, my mother is with a different man. And my friends tease me. That's when I saw that system did not work at all. It took a young girl that was seeking help from a system that's supposed to protect her, and it punished her.
The legal system that we deal with in the United States and wherever else we have common origins in the legal system is an adversarial system. So the whole goal is basically to put up the best fight. Whoever puts up the most convincing fight wins. Well, neither side really wins a lot of the time because both sides walk away with bruises, right? And if you imagine that the two sides were just individuals trying to work it out, it's kind of like might makes right, or whoever wins the fight wins, right? The problem's not necessarily solved at all in that case. And so you got to question the roots of the doctrine, right? And within tribal communities, and I'd say that, everybody comes from a tribal tradition. They may have forgotten it, but everybody's indigenous to somewhere in their roots. And those people learned how to live together over long periods of time without harming each other irreparably, without walking around with grudges all the time. And so if we look to cultures that are still reflective of their origins, of indigenous cultures, then I think we're going to see a better way of doing things a lot of times. The Native American Rights Fund is the nation's oldest and largest nonprofit law firm devoted to protecting and advancing Indian rights. And so they've been working since the early 1970s to protect all sorts of Indian rights. One of their projects has been the Indigenous Peacemaking Initiative, which started about 1992 at NARF. And since that time, they've been trying to keep their hands in supporting tribal efforts to revive Native dispute resolution processes, typically called peacemaking.
The peacemaking process is about identifying issues, problem solving, and developing common sense consensus solutions that work for people in the community. Community harmony may be at stake beyond individual wellness and healing for individuals and supporting and encouraging people to realize the fullest of their potential and to live their life in a good way. Philosophically, for us Anishinaabe people in Michigan and the Great Lakes area, we call it Mano Benatsoen, and really it means living your life in a good way.
When we do restorative, we use our traditional values, and one of those being love. So in a systems, court systems, those kind of systems, there is no love, and that's a lot of it. But traditional values are what we want to teach our children. Our people that missed out on hearing those because of our effects of boarding school era, that weren't given our traditional values, our stories, our teachings, those kind of things. And today I think when we talk about cultural identity, that's who we are those values. That's what we learn throughout our life.
In Cake, they all know each other. So they all know who the victim is, or they all know who the wrongdoer is, and they know the backstory. Whereas you take them to outside the system, they only see the wrongdoing. They don't even pay attention to the victim, right? So they're not there to fix or to help. So the beauty of Peacemaking Circle is that it's place-based. It should be right in the community and designed by the community members.
We were requested to do a healing circle in a tribal community where there was a murder. A young man killed his father. And we did, and we had 60-some community people in the circle. It lasted roughly 9 hours. The community got to express their grief, their frustrations, their pain. But the beautiful part of this circle is that the young man that killed his father was allowed to call a cell phone in the circle, his aunt's cell phone, from the jail. And put on speakerphone, he became part of the circle. And it was so enlightening to know that they didn't condone the fact that he killed his father, but they all had positive things to say about this young man. He worked with kids. He was teaching them weaving and different cultural things. And now this community suffers the loss of what they thought would be a future leader, because he's probably going to be incarcerated for some time. They lost a tribal member who died, and they were very concerned about this. And at one point, this young man said, "Is my grandpa there?" And they said, "Yes, Grandpa's here." And he said, "I love you, Grandpa." And Grandpa said, "I love you too." They'd never spoken those words in their life. And what the community was talking about, he'd done a terrible thing, but he was still a good human being. That young man's re-entry program started that day, and he hadn't even been to court yet.
We are overly represented in so many of the demographics that tear at our heartstrings. And I think if more people had a chance to really connect with their culture, of which peacemaking, Wowahwala Wichoni, is a part of that, that we would deter and like put so many people on a completely different trajectory. And right now, the place where peacemaking can happen is through tribal courts.
When I started, this was one of my primary responsibilities that NARF wanted me to pick up and run with. And that's the first time they've devoted serious staff attorney time to advance in the Indigenous Peacemaking Initiative, or IPI. What we've done with that is just try to build it out so that it's there to serve tribal interests. We focus the priorities of the project based on some surveys that we've done of tribal justice system employees and other workers over the years. And what those priorities are first to provide just basically an information bank for tribes where tribes can share information about how they've implemented traditional dispute resolution systems or recovered their previous systems or whatever with other tribes who might be interested in seeing how they did it. Second off, we also provide training if we're qualified. So we have an advisory committee that consists of about a dozen of the leaders in the field of peacemaking who've been doing the work for 30 years or, in some cases a long time like that. And those people are sometimes available to go out and train other tribal members in how to do stuff, how to do effective peacemaking, and also how to implement peacemaking within an existing system or existing government or judicial structure. And then finally, we provide advocacy when appropriate. So we help to promote peacemaking as a viable option within tribal communities, and then also try to promote the legitimacy and encourage people within the state and federal systems to take tribal dispute resolution systems or traditional cultural dispute resolution systems as something worthy of a lot of consideration, a lot of deference. The decisions that come out are good and solid.
I went through this training. I became a facilitator and held a circle in Northway. And what I noticed about it is that they were ready to embrace anything different.
They said, exactly, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to address, first of all, petty offenses. And I wanted to bring people out together to come up with a resolution that everyone could live with, or to make amends to their community. And I asked for their support. And they said, sure, we'll support that. And that's how I got started.
What I noticed is everybody was enthusiastic. They showed up before, usually people are late. They were early. We had our preacher come. It's like we define what works in our community. And that to me is the beauty of Peacemaking Circle, is we define what works for us.
When I decided early on that I needed to explore more culturally appropriate options for resolving conflicts and disputes in our own tribal community, I was told that I could never do that because in Michigan, tribal people had been so assimilated that we would never know what the traditional law was. Well, even if that's true, we know what the traditional process was. And the process was bringing people together on the circle and trusting the circle to provide the answers as people talk things through.
One day, an elderly man came, and my idea of being a judge is like the way how another non-Indian would run the proceeding. So this elderly man stood up and raised his hand, wanted to say something. So I told him, you better sit down. And he kept raising his hand. I says, if you don't, I'm gonna, cite you with contempt, for interfering with the judicial proceeding. So he sat down, but I never forgot that experience. And there was many times I thought about, what if I had allowed him to speak? What would he have said? Here's an elderly man who looked like he knew quite a bit about what was going on. And I thought, but if I allowed him to speak, imagine he would have gave some really good pieces of his wisdom, direction. And so this is what I think about the problem, and these are the options we should think about. A Navajo, an elderly man, a man or a woman can say that, even to this day.
Thank you so much, everyone, for watching this video with us. Before we go into introducing our young Indigenous leaders, I'd like to introduce my co-facilitator, Michaela, who, before we go into the rest of our event, is going to lead us in prayer.
Yakeyi Kwasatini, it is good to see you all. Thank you to our ancestors for bringing us here today. We are thankful to learn from these incredible tribal leaders and hope we can pass down this knowledge to the future generations. Please watch over our families and our loved ones in the communities. We pray for our health and our community's health. Ganesh Chish, Amen. I'll pass it back to Carson to get us started.
So really quickly, we would typically, if we were in a peacemaking circle or in a circle with each other, would have a very logical speaking order. But because that doesn't exist on the Zoom setting, I'm going to share the talking order for our participants in the chat box very quickly. So we're going to start with simple introductions. Oh, I'll say the talking order out loud as well. So it'll be myself, then Michaela, then Giselle, Marina, Shayna, Connor, and then Autumn. So if we could just start with introductions of our name, our tribal affiliation, our school, job, or interests that you have, and then something we don't know about you. So I'll start. Halito, I'm Carson. I'm a citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'm currently a master's student at the University of Oxford, where I study socio-legal studies. And something you don't know about me, some people know this, but I've been living in England for the last almost a year now, and I don't know when I'm coming back, but hopefully we'll see family soon. So I will pass I don't have a basket, but I'll pass my teacup over to Michaela. You're on mute.
Just all confident over here. Hi, my name is Michaela. I'm Tlingit, Blackfeet, and Nez Perce. I work at Clinton United Tribal Court and will be pursuing my Master of Social Work in the University of Washington. Something you don't know about me is I'm scared of sharks. And I will pass my shell over to I forgot the fucking order. Oh,
I actually think Giselle might just be in an attendee right now, so we need to move her over to a panelist account. So in that case, why don't we move over to Marina?
Langaila, Marina Anderson is my name. I live in Kasan on Principles Island. I am Haida and Tlingit. My occupation is I am the administrator of the organized village of Kasan. And something you don't know about me is, I don't know, I don't know many of you. Something you don't know about me is that I just love to go swimming in the ocean. And I will pass it over to Shayna.
Shayna? Oh, there you are. We can't hear you. Or I can't, maybe. Can other people?
I can't hear her either.
Still can't hear you. Maybe if you leave Zoom and try to rejoin, that sounds good. And we can move on to Connor.
Hi, my name is Connor Ulmer. I am Tlingit. I currently work for Tlingit and Haida in the tribal court with Michaela. I am the administrative assistant to the court administrator and the judicial officers. One thing most of you probably don't know about me is I like to do a lot of beading in my spare time. I will pass this basket over to Autumn.
Hello, my name is Autumn Chacon. I'm from the Navajo Nation. I'm a community advocate and organizer. I'm also a full-time artist and mother. And I'm joining today as a former board member of the Albuquerque American Indian Women's Center, which is an all-nation, all-gender domestic violence and advocacy shelter. Something you don't know about me is, which you know now because you're seeing my home, is I collect spoons from everywhere that I go. And my favorite one is this one, which I got from the Sami people in northern Norway. Thank you.
Shayna, do you want to try again?
Yes, can you all hear me now?
Yes, that sounds great.
Okay, I rejoined on my phone. So umbiagindi unsengiti idi navito hotundimu navi manakanaha china naranho dimu navi olinge hapo heda okay. Hi everyone, my name is Shayna Naranjo. I am from the Pueblo of Santa Clara, or Hapo Olinge as we say in our native language, and I'm currently a senior at Stanford University where I had met Carson. And I guess some things you all don't know about me, I'll just elaborate on my academic self. So I'm currently studying comparative studies in race and ethnicity with the focus in politics, equity, and policy, and minoring in anthropology.
Awesome. And do we have Giselle yet?
Giselle, can you, if you're still on, can you try speaking? I unmuted you as an attendee, and perhaps you can rejoin as a panelist in a moment.
Oh,
Okay.
I see, Giselle. We can't hear you at the moment, so maybe Katrina and you can work together to get set up as a panelist instead.
Yeah.
Cool, that sounds great. And then we'll just go into our next question, and then when Giselle's able to rejoin us, they can also introduce themselves then. So we have two questions today about healing in our communities, and peacemaking in our communities. If each speaker could take about, at max, about 2 minutes, that would be wonderful, since we have so many wonderful speakers here today in so little time. So the first question is, what does peacemaking look like in your community? And if you haven't seen it in your community, what would you like it to look like? So I suppose I'll start. I think something that's been really impactful for me in peacemaking, and the way that I've seen it in my communities, is that it really ties together different generations. So when I've learned peacemaking, I've learned it from people who I consider to be my elders, and those people are often culture holders. They know our traditions, they know our ways, and they also know our language. And so something I often hear from Judge Robert Yazzie is that to be able to fluently speak your language, to be able to think in your language, is the way that we can provide peacemaking in an Indigenous way, the way that we can heal in an Indigenous way. And so I think that having elders as those who who teach peacemaking and who give it to the next generations has been super impactful. But I've also seen a lot of young people start to step up into peacemaking, either acting as peacemakers or interacting with peacemaking in some way. I think that's, shown by our panel today of young people, but also might be something that a lot of us see in our own communities. They're able to provide guidance in their own experience and wisdom as they provide support for their peers who are going through conflict or searching for healing, and as they prepare for the next generation of people who will come after them. So something that's, overall has been really impactful for peacemaking for me has been how it brings together different generations of people, how it relies on both the wisdom of our elders, but also on the energy and the experiences of the young people in our communities. So I think with that, I'll send over my basket to Michaela.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my video off so the connection's better. Peacemaking in our community, we are currently trying to implement first circles right now to hold with community members. So that's something we're hoping to host in the near future. As for the circles we've had held at trainings, I've seen be such a beautiful thing where we have simply asked what an important value is to someone who gives it to them. The circles begin very much at the surface level, but as each person passes the basket, you see the conversation dive deeper and deeper and intimate. And I think what's beautiful is I've just seen such a simple question bring folks together and kind of build this sense of community just right then and there in the circle. And I think it definitely offers space for healing as folks deal with different things or at different places in their life. Okay, I'm gonna pass my basket out quick, and I look like I'm choppy. So I'll pass my shells to Giselle.
Giselle, would you like to introduce yourself, your interest or your school or your job, your tribal affiliation? It may be something we don't know about you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Giselle Quiver. I'm from the Pueblo of San Felipe. I'm a recent graduate from Eastern New Mexico University in Portales. I received my bachelor's in pre-med biology, and I currently work at Loveless Women's Hospital on the medical surgical unit. I've been there for 5 years, and I'm hoping to apply to PA programs next. Something you don't know about me, I have a 9-year-old daughter.
And then maybe you could also answer the first question of what does peacemaking look like in your community? Or if you haven't seen it in your community, what would you like it to look like?
Well, up until recently, I was living in Portales for the past 4 years, so that became a part of my community. And so just thinking back to there, just creating friendships with new people, and seeing how small communities work together help to provide peaceful communities. And just thinking back to my own community, from a Pueblo perspective, we surround everything around working together and just uniting everybody.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you, and so sorry about the Zoom link, but I'm really happy to have you here. And then maybe we can go back to Michaela if her Wi-Fi is working now. Or we can go on to Marina. Oh, Marina, you're muted.
I always do that. I live in Kasan, which is on Prince of Wales Island, and we don't have formal peacemaking at the moment. Our council is discussing it, though, as we develop our tribal court. But I do see it in our community, and where it's really held, it's really informal, and it's around the kitchen table usually. When there are issues in the village, we find ourselves having coffee with each other and crackers or whatever is on the table. And oftentimes you bring the young ones with you, whatever nieces and nephews we're watching, we bring along with us, and they listen to the dialogue around the table of the issues and where the issues came from and how we can move forward with each other. And so although we don't formally have it, you know, informally, it's around almost every single kitchen table here with coffee and tea. And so I will pass, I think, to Connor. Yes, I'll pass my mitten over to Shayna.
Okay, thank you. So what does the peacemaking process look like in my community? I think I'd like to talk about kind of the early stages and kind of the harder stages of the peacemaking process, or what brings about the peacemaking process. That's kind of situated in the situation happening right now. So like the pandemic, but also the Black Lives Matter movement. So those early stages or stages of difficulty I'm talking about are conflict, confrontation, and like difficult dialogue. So recently, what's been happening, there's been a lot of discussions and tensions, both between like natives, but also non-native and native relationships regarding monuments. So as we can see, there's been a lot of monument removal going around the nation, and that has transpired into one of the urban communities here in New Mexico, which was, of course, originally Pueblo lands. And I think with that, we've seen how different relationships with individuals, how that has brought about tension. But I think we also see how a lot of people have been talking about how these difficult conversations have also spurred reflection regarding like personal and historic memory into the history of colonization that happened in New Mexico. And I think that is going to move us towards a process of healing. And just specifically want to state that that these kind of movements have to be intergenerational in order to heal, but also that this particular movement around monument removal and also representation has also been grassroots and has also been led by a lot of Indigenous women, but has also prompted me to really reflect on the ways that both public communities on and off the reservation, how they have an essential role in this peacemaking process, because the location of which this conflict has arisen is an urban location. So again, Santa Fe, but a lot of Indigenous people and Pueblo people live in Santa Fe. And a lot of people also live in the surrounding public communities, so reservations. And I think I've really started to look at the ways that, or been really reflecting on the ways in which we can come together to start these, especially youth and also young parents who are involved in these discussions, because while they are the future, they are also nurturing the future. So I think I've seen peacemaking as both a communal process, but also an internal process as well, specifically in regards to, again, representation, the body. So like love, how do you like love yourself, and how do you come about these conversations in spaces with other people that you love as well as how education and dialogue is so important. So I guess that's what I've seen peacemaking look like in my community right now, as well as hoping how peacemaking can like really insert itself into the community to make really proactive and progressive changes for my communities, both urban and rural as well. So I guess with that, I'll pass my little basket to Autumn.
Hi, thank you, Shayna. And I just want to quickly say thank you to Michaela and Carson. You guys are killing it. This is a really great conversation, and your facilitating and timekeeping is just perfect. So this first question: what is peacemaking in my community? What does it look like? Like Shayna just mentioned, I'm coming from the perspective of not living on a reservation or specifically in a community that is just one, people from just one nation. Here in Albuquerque, there are, as was mentioned before, 20 Pueblo nations as well as the Navajo Nation, Apache Nation. And then there's also the university, which attracts a lot of other nations from throughout the United States. And having done advocacy work in the American Indian Women's Center, which is a not complete center yet, and peacemaking was a big part and still is a big part of the organizing of this all nation, all gender domestic violence shelter. And so not being an expert in peacemaking itself, but more organizing and advocating as far as harm reduction and even harm prevention, is that it's essential. Although we don't have the answers, I'm not, an attorney or a judge, but I have seen in working with the community that it is more effective than what we're calling adversary justice or policing. And also, like Shayna mentioned, thank you. We're in the middle of a national movement to defund the police and looking for police accountability, not just among Native people, but also Black and Indigenous communities, where the current adversary judicial system has intentionally built disparities in it. A lot of those disparities come back to money. So even just being involved in the judicial system costs money. It costs money to bail people out. It costs money for attorneys. Those are intentionally built disparities. Eventually you have fines or fees to pay. Those are meant to not only incapacitate the person in question as much as possible, but also to bring down as many people as possible with them, which is usually their family. It's usually the wives, the mothers, the fathers, the grandparents, the children who end up paying these debts to the judicial system. So when we talk about defund the police, we're talking about defunding an entire judicial system that's built on basically finding a legal way to displace our people, which is by putting them in prison. 80% of our population, Indigenous population, doesn't even live on the reservation. Only about 20 to 25% of our people are living at home on reservations. So when we talk about peacemaking, a lot of us don't even have the opportunity unless we're living at home. Being that we're a domestic violence advocacy center in a city, we have to take on the entire city. And therefore peacemaking would therefore be available to non-natives just as much as it would be to Native people. But that's an important point that we want to make, where we are very much in the throes of self-determination and justice for the past 400 years of colonization that have led to a lot of our community illnesses. We're talking about really heavy subjects. We're talking about, assault, sexual assault, domestic violence, addiction, alcoholism, exploitation, extortion of family members. These are things that we never encountered before. a lot of times we look towards our traditional healers, but most of the time, this isn't even in the scope of something that was brought into our traditional knowledge until very recently. So how is it that we encounter it while keeping in mind that the rest of the country is also encountering it? So we can't necessarily just come up with a system that only affects our people when our people don't exist in a world only among ourselves. So, I think that might be close to 2 minutes, but I don't know what it should look like. I just know that it's essential that it happens and that we keep having these conversations around what it is and how it can be implemented. Oh, and I'll pass it to Michaela if she's back with us. Here's the pen.
I actually, could we pass it to Connor? Would that be okay? I think we may have missed Connor's answer at some point in the in the circle. Sorry, I saw you pull your pen back. It was kind of funny to just watch it go back across the screen.
And to Connor.
Okay, thank you. So in Juneau, there isn't a whole lot of formal peacemaking, just like Marina was saying in her village of Kasan. There is a lot of peacemaking that is done around the table like that. I know with our judges here in the tribal court, they have started implementing that in some of the tougher cases with their families. I know there's been a few guardianships cases that have come through here, and those have helped them out a lot. One thing that the court has also done is put on facilitator trainings. We know we're not the experts in it, but we are trying to get people like Mike Jackson and Cheryl Fairbanks to come up here and show us how we can do this so we can bring it to all of our communities in Southeast. And with that, I'll pass my basket over to Michaela.
Can you hear me now? Good? Oh, great. Yes. Okay. I work with Connor, and so I'm going to echo a lot of what he says real briefly. I think with the circles we've held in the roundtables trainings, the beautiful thing about it is, we've asked the simple question of what an important value is to someone and who gifted it to them. And you see the circle begin as, very surface level, and then it dives into something much deeper and intimate. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing how such a simple question could help bring together a community, and you just see people's hearts kind of like melt, and just that support that gets very much, it's so organic, and it's very much a process of healing. And so I know we're currently looking at, well, how can we hold these virtual circles for community members who maybe are seeking that level of support right now. And so that was all I really wanted to share on that question. And I will pass my shell to Carson to kick us off the second question. Thank you.
I wanted to thank everyone for their answers to that first question. They were really beautiful and inspiring, and I've really learned a lot from everything you've all had to say. We're going to go into our second and final question. And a lot of you have already spoken about this, I think, in some ways. But the question is, what does healing in your community look like? This can be a conversation about restitution, ceremony, or even finding medicine. So I'll give a very brief answer before passing my teacup back over to Michaela. I think restitution is it can be a lot of things. It can be, how do we individually heal? How do we heal interpersonal relationships? Or how do we establish sovereignty in our communities to care for our communities? I think about, when I think about restitution as finding medicine, I think that's inevitably tied back to community. So even if I'm trying to find my individual medicine or trying to heal myself, I think for a lot of us that's tied back to healing with our communities, right? Finding ways to heal from our own trauma, our own historical trauma, is also tied back to helping others in our communities heal. Healing is also, I think, connected back to, well, I don't know, there's a lot of very complex issues in our communities, but one thing that I've experienced in the community is, I experience a lot of white privilege in Indigenous communities. And so that's something that I need to navigate and deal with as an individual, but also impacts others in my communities. So I think healing is a very complex thing, and it takes us to focus on ourselves, but we really must be focused on how we're continually impacting others in our tribes, in our families, and those who will come after us. So I'm going to pass my teacup back over to Michaela.
Thank you. I think a good ceremony we have here in Southeast, or a good value, is we really value reciprocity and building relationships with our opposites. And I heard Mike Jackson speak earlier on our clique, and how, when there's a loss in a community, it's our opposites who will come and help support and hold up those who have lost someone. So where you have your ravens and eagles, if there's a loss that is a raven, the eagles will come and take care of us. And I think that's something that really shows how much we try to hold one another up and support one another in times of difficulty, and just feeling that hardship. Another thing when I think about healing is I see a lot of, pushes for really teaching the little ones language. So like with Slinga and Hodkill, there's some really cool programs going on where they're just the littlest kids learning, and they're learning words that I makes me think I wish I had that opportunity. But I know that language, can be healing, because you're changing the mindset of that generation, and kind of bringing up our values as they learn that. And another one I think of when healing in our community is humor is a big thing in Southeast, and I definitely think across Indian country. And we all know that there's laughter and healing. And when I think of laughter, there's this one joke my papa tells me where, he'll look at me and he'll be like, "You smell something burning?" And that's when he says that, that's when I know he farted. And that might be TMI, but I just think, humor and laughter, it's good medicine for us all, and helps keep us healthy. So I will pass my shell to Giselle.
Hi, so my idea of healing is, as healing is creating the sense of acceptance. I work in the hospital here in Albuquerque, and we do get a lot of Native Americans that come through our facility, and the majority of them do come in for alcohol and drug related reasons. And so just providing acceptance, talking to them, treating them like human beings. I pass my basket to Autumn.
Thank you. This is a good one. so again, thinking about not having a formal institution for peacemaking, at least not in our community, and not one that's necessarily universal. And again, this isn't my area of expertise. As a community organizer, I have come into this role because what happens is somebody is having a hard time, and they want to come to their friend, they want to come to an elder, they want to come to anybody in the community. And the last thing we want to do is say, go file a police report. Go, sue that person, go take it to court, go, a lot of times the reaction is to help somebody navigate the legal system. And as I mentioned before, is that the legal system's intention is to really exploit a scenario to get as much out of that victim as they can before even attempting justice. And it's usually a really messy process, like our keynote speaker mentioned this morning. At the end of the day, it's not even about justice, it's just about winning. And so when that happens, there is no healing, there is no justice, there is no conclusion. And something that I have noticed in my community, just a small story of observation, was there was a man in my tribal community who was sort of new around town, and some people knew him. And I guess what had happened was there was a dispute, and within his family, they decided he should just go away. And that's how he ended up living in our community. And some people knew him and some people didn't. And frankly, it was none of my business. And over time, we saw this man's family start to come around and give him things, bring him furniture for his new place that he had. And he was, had his little garden and some animals. And to me, that was a very real form of community policing and peacemaking and eventual healing. Once I saw his family mainly must have just needed that space from him. And it did take a couple years before eventually all of his family visited him regularly. And so again, coming back to this idea of peacemaking versus Western and US policing and judicial system, is this man was given a second chance. And he wasn't told it was a second chance. He was told to go away. But over time, he was able to live his life the way that he intended to, which was, I never observed him from that point on ever exerting anything negative or criminal on our community. And his family noticed that too, and eventually came around. So I've observed, these healing practices, but really we don't have a formal setting for that, and we don't even have a word for what that was. It was something that happened over several years. But it happened. I will pass it to, sorry, I'm using my phone, so I have to scroll through all of you. Back to Shayna.
Okay, thanks for your pen. So I think when talking about healing, I think it's really important, at least for me, to acknowledge what today is and how that has really impacted how I'm able to come into this conversation of healing. So today marks the 75th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, and in the next couple of days, the bombing of Nagasaki. And the reason why I am talking about this is because those have very direct connections to my community, as well as other Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and other people of color communities and islands across the US and across the world. Some people like to call that nuclear colonization. So the reason why I'm bringing that up today is because my pueblo, Santa Clara, is located about 20 minutes from one of the main headquarters of where the bomb was built, so Los Alamos National Laboratory. And I think that's something that's weighing on the hearts of a lot of my communities and some of the other communities I had mentioned. So I think it's really important to acknowledge the ways that has contributed to the hardships we face today, as well as to acknowledge all the lives lost to mourn for them, as well as mourn for the land that is also lost within that. And so the reason why I'm talking about this is because I think one, from that instance, or living so close to such a harmful location, is I think I've seen healing a lot in a lot of ways very like communal, but I'll get into that in a second. But I think in like the more legal sense of protection, I think I've seen healing in that way specifically come from a group of Pueblo women who started this very cool initiative called Teum United, and their goal is to protect the most vulnerable. So that means women, pregnant women and children who, when in contact with radiation, face all sorts of consequences, but as of right now, there is no legal protection against them because radiation laws go by kind of the definition of what like a white 6-foot man goes by. So they're trying to fight that and really protect the most vulnerable. So in that sense, healing has to come from the legal form, but they also advocate for healing in the communal sense, because in the spaces that I've been where some of these things have been talked about in regards to discussing how the labs and nuclear colonization has been really harmful on our people, those have strictly been in settings where they have started those discussions. And so we see how now today we're able to really advocate for our lands and our people. So I'm talking about environmental justice issues. So like there's Chaco Canyon, that's a really big thing. But also in regards to the 75th anniversary, I was talking to a friend this week. And if you all don't know, like the Pueblos are on lockdown. And so we celebrate our annual feast days. A lot of them happen in August. So a couple days ago, it was a Kiwa feast day. And in a couple days, it'll be my feast day, so on August 12th. And so I was just kind of reflecting on, this is the first time in my lifetime that I'm not able to celebrate. And to also recognize that for me and my people, healing is ceremony, and how one of our biggest ceremonies we're not allowed to celebrate that because of the pandemic. But then I also had a realization in the fact that, well, the bombing happened 75 years ago, and it's also like in the midst of our feast days. So again, like mine is August 12th, and then another Pueblo's was August 4th. So you see those dates, August 6th through August 9th, kind of happen in the in-between. So that kind of had me reflecting on how maybe 75 years ago, my people also didn't get to celebrate their feast day because of this. So I was kind of reflecting on it and really reflecting on the way that me, my family, and my community have also come to adapt in the time of the pandemic. And I think we've really focused and shifted towards systems of caring. And so that has explicitly taken in the form of like what my friend likes to call economies of care. So I think in this time, a lot of people have gone back to like gardening or like agriculture. And so just like yesterday, my dad had brought some squash and cucumbers that one of my grandpas had grown in his garden. So that exchange and kind of like redistribution of food is what like we call economies of care. And so I think that is how like I'm currently healing, is to really reflect on those economies of care, as well as like to reflect on the fact that my family is still able to come together, although like in a small fashion, to celebrate our feast day in the next week. And I also think it's really important to think about the way that we connect with like the land in this time, because growing food and making sure we feed our community, those are also moments of nourishment. And this is also like a season of renewal. So I think in those ways, that's how my community has come to heal, as well as like me personally. And I think I'll pass my basket on to Connor.
Thank you. So, like Mike and Michaela talked about, our kuiks here in Southeast are very healing. When I think of those, one of the most like healing and uplifting things that happens within some of the parties that kuiks that I go to is the happy times, where the people who are hosting it, they'll come out dressed up, looking all funny, and they're just out there having fun, bringing everyone's spirits back up after hearing so much grieving and all those hard things. And then another thing that is very popular, that's very healing within our communities, is to do a lot of our subsistence. So getting all of our medicines and seafood, hunting, all those things done right around this time of year so we could have it ready for the winter. And also being able to give some of that back to our community and the elders. And with that, I will pass this off to Marina.
So the way that I vision healing taking place in our community and our surrounding communities, Connor, Michaela, and I keep talking about Southeast Alaska as if it's one place, and in a way it kind of is like a big village that all of our villages are part of. We're a big family. And one way that I really see healing happening in our communities is when we're able to recognize and identify the roles that we're going to be taking on for the rest of our time here. Whether you're a harvester or a weaver or a beater or a language bearer, or if you've gone off to get your master's degree and you're going on to get that law degree, today we have more roles in our traditional society than we ever had before, because we do have those law degrees at our fingertips, and we can become doctors if we want to. And so I think it's been really important that our communities have recognized those roles as essential roles within our community, and also honor when our people do go off to get those degrees and come home, and when our men or women do go out hunting and come home with a deer or come home with a boat full of fish for the village. I myself grew up harvesting a lot for other people. My dad had this rule, and it was 60-20-20. We harvested 60% of the food that we caught. It directly went out into the communities, and then we'd set aside 20% for the community in the winter when there were, single mothers or families in need for food. And then we'd have the other 20%, set aside for our family. And a lot of times that other 20% gets tapped into. But I'll tell you that there's nothing more fulfilling than making sure that we get that first 60%. And then that second, or that first 20% to make sure that there is food in our freezer for people that need it in the winter. And that's a role that, when my dad passed away 6 years ago or so, that I took on, and I took it really seriously. And my father and I were very close, and his death was not easy for me. It still is not easy, but I myself have been healing through every single time I've gone out to go harvesting. These mittens right here are crafted with furs from animals that my father and I have gotten. And to recognize that importance of who we are in our community, and recognize it in other people, I believe is one of the most healing things that we can do. And to look into a child's eyes or a struggling adult's eyes and say, you're valuable, you mean something, you are essential to this community. What you do, the drawings that you do or the paper mache that you do, whatever your role is absolutely essential to who we are. And to me, that's where a lot of our healing comes from. And so I will pass it back to Carson. You gotta have my mitten.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say, thank you to everyone. You've each provided such incredible responses to these questions. And I feel so blessed to have been here with all of you. And I'll briefly pass this over to Michaela.
Thank you guys for your time today. I really appreciated having this conversation with you all and learning from you all and your experiences. It was humbling to share the space with you all, and I look forward to having more discussions in the future and hopefully crossing paths with each and every one of you in the whenever, whenever, hopefully soon. But thank you.
And then over to Christy, Cheryl,
Thank you,
I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Carson. We will now move on to the trauma-informed circles where Dr. Chacon will be the moderator.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will introduce everyone. Welcome to the Trauma-Informed Peace Circles presentation. There will be 4 presenters, and I will introduce everyone in order of their presentation. First, Dr. Lynette Chacon. That's who I am. I'm a family medicine physician originally from Chinle, Arizona, Navajo Nation. I've been a faculty member, professor at UNM for 18 years, where I founded the Center for Native American Health. I served as an advisory member to the U.S. Office of Minority Health and made recommendations for the implementation of the Affordable Care Act. I was appointed Surgeon General for the Navajo Nation in 2011, and I've provided health care for New Mexico tribes and pueblos and served as medical director for the Bernalillo County Juvenile Detention Center. I'm currently the executive director of the Native American Budget and Policy Institute. Our second presenter will be Karma Corcoran, PhD, Chippewa Cree. Dr. Corcoran is the director of the Indian Law Program at Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland, Oregon. Dr. Corcoran is an adjunct professor at Portland State University, teaching in the Indigenous Studies program. Her PhD dissertation explored the issue of incarceration and Native American women, the juxtaposition of gentle action theory and traditional ways of knowing and being, in the provision of services to Native American women experiencing incarceration, which she will be publishing as a book through University of Nebraska Press. Our third presenter, Ingeborg Inky Vicente, Jicarilla Apache. Her passion is helping to heal the heart, Shaja'eh, hearts of children who have been challenged by trauma. The core value that resonates in her is compassion and caring. Her outlook in life is that life is a journey of many experiences to grow and heal one's heart, to become a wise, humble person who can share with others. She believes it is important to continue evolving one's spirit, body, mind, and humility. As a mental health counselor, she reflects on those daily guiding principles in her sessions with children and their families. And our last presenter, Christy Chapman, Pueblo Zuni, is a contract attorney who works with the Native American Budget and Policy Institute. She serves as a guardian ad litem with Pegasus Legal Services for Children for the 2nd Judicial District Children's newly developed ICWA Court. She also holds a degree in nursing from the University of New Mexico and has worked in her pueblo as a registered nurse. She is elated to be a peacemaker who values the use of Indigenous knowledge and dispute resolution to resolve issues. So thank you. Those will be our presenters. And if you can put up my PowerPoint. And first of all, before we just skipped very quickly into this presentation, I really want to thank the lunch panel presenters. It, like everyone has said, it gives us hope, and they're just so awesome. I thank you very much. The young, I've been refilled. My heart has been filled again to know that they will be carrying on for us. So trauma-informed peace circles is my presentation today. Next slide. I will have you move the slides for me, Katrina. Okay, I will give general definitions. First of all, in general, trauma is widespread, harmful, and a costly public health problem. Trauma exists in many forms. We see trauma as a result of violence, abuse, neglect, loss, disasters, war, and medically induced trauma, such as cancer, and today even COVID-19, which is something we unexpectedly are encountering. PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, can be a result of trauma, usually requiring some sort of intervention or treatment. Everybody experiences a traumatic event differently, and if it results in long-lasting harm to the emotional, physical, or spiritual well-being of a person, then that person has been traumatized. Historical trauma. I'm not an expert in historical trauma. You can certainly hear from others on this topic, but to me, historical trauma is basically an unresolved grief in Indigenous people from generations of colonization, oppression, and violence. Historical trauma exists in our DNA, but I also feel that resilience exists in our DNA. As a physician, I think of historical trauma as historical stress. People don't come in and say, I'm traumatized. Instead, a lot of my patients who have a hard time explaining their medical problems just say, I'm stressed out. If a person doesn't deal with their grief and stress, then it gets passed down. Those are intergenerational effects of trauma. And one thing I think that's key here to remember is that higher levels of unresolved stress leads to higher levels of inflammation in the body. Right. Next slide, Katrina. Trauma-informed care. Trauma-informed care is a framework that provides an understanding and response to the impact of trauma. It's an approach that provides a safe environment for recipients of services and for staff. These are the elements that are listed here. An organization should realize the widespread impact of trauma. It should recognize trauma and the symptoms of trauma in clients and in families and in your staff. They should respond to trauma by integrating policies that impact this. And also, we need to remember to resist re-traumatization. And in the medical field, it's the first thing we learn is do no harm. Next slide. So there are 6 key principles of trauma-informed care, or the approach to trauma-informed care, and they're listed here. I won't go through them. The citation is through SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Services Health Administration. I think the most important one are number 1 and number 6, certainly safety. We need to make sure we're providing a safe environment, and also that we are cognizant of our cultural, historical, and gender issues. Next slide. Social determinants of health. Social determinants of health are conditions in the environment in which people are born into, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age that affects our health and our quality of life. I've listed a few here, such as education. We have to be mindful of what is the quality of education available to our children and what opportunities are available. Today, the problems we're seeing might be due to the pandemic. Our children aren't even in the classrooms. And Because they're at home, many children don't have internet access to be online for their classes. What will that impact be in the future education of our children? Socioeconomic conditions such as high unemployment and low income, which we see a lot of in our children and in our families. Access to healthcare. Not only access to healthcare, which might be Indian Health Service, but what about quality healthcare? We want to make sure that we are receiving access to quality healthcare. The social norms that we get exposed to just about every day, racism and discrimination. Any of these conditions can lead to poor health outcomes. Next slide. Now put all of this together. Trauma, historical trauma, stress, social determinants of health, racism, and in my medical practice, this is what I see. High percentages of health disparities such as alcoholism and diabetes compared to the rest of the population. Remember, chronic stress leads to inflammation, and inflammation causes disease. In medicine, we see chronic inflammation as a cause of heart disease, cancer, tuberculosis, Alzheimer's, liver disease, and many other chronic illnesses. I will see patients who come in with uncontrolled diabetes who have never been diagnosed. Patients usually know they have it because there's a diabetes program in almost every tribal community. So they know a lot about diabetes actually. And I will ask them why they don't come in sooner. And they'll say they already know from the experiences they have in a family member or what they have seen as far as the effects of diabetes. This is traumatic and it can be very hard to treat because no one is addressing the traumatic impact that patient has experienced. So patients might avoid their diagnosis and avoid medication and treatment. Last slide. This is a medicine wheel that we're all very familiar with, used by many tribes. And for me, it is a simple yet very complex view of the world or of our health and well-being. I view a person's well-being in a holistic manner, viewing their health physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. If a patient is ill in any of these areas, then they are considered to be out of balance. In the Navajo worldview, we say Hojon. This concept has many descriptors in English, such as harmony, balance, beauty, and everything is interconnected to achieve that beauty. I believe self-determination and sovereignty begins with the individual. There must be self-respect for your health and self-care. Be respectful to your relationships and everyone around you. What can interfere with this balance and harmony is the fear or trauma we may have and carry in each of these areas. These fears can stop us from growing. We have to address our fears in order to heal and restore the beauty we are all born with. We are all born with the right to grow without interruption into our mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. All newborns are sacred. They should all have the equal chance to be healthy and well. Unfortunately, some are born with alcohol and drugs in their system, or maybe their mom, while pregnant, was not healthy, maybe having diabetes or violence or physical abuse or other things. And so our children already may start off life needing help, and in some instances, they may never get it. This is why truly early childhood development programs are so important, involvement of our families and involvement of the community. This overall is a disruption, and I feel there are many disruptors today. Coronavirus, I feel, is the great disruptor, but maybe we need to understand this disruption in order to reset and get back into balance. We also need to be the disruptors, so we do not continue to accept and develop the same practices that interfere with our core values. We need to effectuate a system of change. Resilience is in our DNA, and we have to pass this on to our children. As a great friend and mentor to many, Regis Pecos, many of you know, he always says, What will be your contribution? Next slide. Thank you. Ayehe. This is my granddaughter. Sunrise prayer, sacred to all of us, because we all have little children who are coming into this world, and what is going to be our contribution. So thank you. And I will turn this over to our next presenter with the basket, Dr. Corcoran.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chacon. Katrina, if you could put up my PowerPoint.
Yes, pulling it up right now.
And if you don't mind, I'll let you be in control of it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's good to be here. I wanted to begin with sharing why I am involved in the work that I am. So the body of my work really involves working primarily on the issues of Native American women that are incarcerated, but certainly the issues of incarceration for Native Americans as a whole is very important to me. And why I do this work is when I got ready to do my PhD, which, you know, as those of you who have survived it can attest to, if you're going to go through the blood, sweat, tears, and money of getting a PhD, it probably better be really meaningful to you. And for me, I was really drawn to this because of the experience of my own family. I have 16 brothers. All of my brothers who lived to adolescence or older have served time. They've served time from tribal jails to boys' work farms to supermax in this country. And I really wanted to work on the issue of incarceration, but I realized it would be inappropriate for me in many ways to work with men. And so I had the opportunity to work with Native American women here in Oregon. I'm from Montana, and then I am blessed to mentor about 12 women who've been in prison. Next slide. So when I was getting ready to do my dissertation, I had the fortune to take a course from a gentleman named F. David, who has since gone to the spirit world. And he did quite a bit of work with the Blackfeet people. And he had formulated this theory called gentle action. And it was really based upon his beliefs that the solutions to our societal issues, when done in a gentle way, then result in us forming different kinds of actions. What I liked most about his theory was that when it comes from within a system, as opposed to outside forces that then know the system. And what I love about it too, which, you know, was explained so much by our keynote earlier about that process of pausing and listening, of, you know, what Dr. Pete would call this suspension of the process, so that we can, instead of seeking control, which was also mentioned earlier, instead we seek that harmony, that listening and that learning about the people of our own society and those issues, as opposed to exerting power and control. Next slide, Peter. And so it's gentle, it is sensitive, and it gives a clearer idea then about a given situation for those involved and those who are called upon to assist with it. And I loved what Judge Petoskey was saying about a gentleman that had, you know, wanting to speak and he didn't let him speak, and, you know, reflecting back on it, that perhaps that gentleman would have had something about the situation at hand to share that would have been meaningful to it. And so it's about also knowing our own perceptions and prejudices to every situation, because we all have them. And the more we know our own context. So for example, my context comes from the fact that I'm a Chippewa Cree woman. I, am a woman who...
Dr. Corcoran, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you very briefly? Can everyone please check their microphones and turn them off? Thank you very much. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Chacon. I was kind of wondering about that. So my context comes from my experience. I was one of those children whose family imploded because of alcoholism, and we were taken away. And so I didn't get to grow up at the knees of my grandma and my aunties. I was an older child, so I never lost contact. I knew who I was, which was helpful, but yet knowing what happened to all my brothers, knowing my own parents' situations is part of my context about the situation, about the community that I'm from. And so by knowing these things, we're then able to look at actions. And notice I think actions, because, unlike the Western world, there is no solution that you're going to find, meeting up in a Holiday Inn from 12 to 5 on Friday afternoon. It's not going to happen. Instead, we need to look at actions that can be flexible, sensitive, and creative, that therefore result in harmonious and appropriate action. Next slide, please. And as Native people, we all know about what happens when, Katrina, next slide, when outsiders come in and tell us what we need to do for our people. Also, what's so important, which is part of traditional ways, is that in employing general action, everybody has to be trustworthy. Everybody has to be truthful in order for the community members to bring their own best abilities. And creative action that's built on trust can change the social fabric of a community in need. Next slide, please. And something that's really important about this work is that one of the societal ills of historical trauma is incarceration. I do this work because I've posed this question of, if we were doing things in the best way, in a good way, in a traditional way, where people were able to receive it, we would not have these statistics, which shows that Native Americans not only are ignored in the discussions of mass incarceration and racial disparities, we're overrepresented. We make up 38% higher than the national rate. And law enforcement is arresting American Indians and Alaska Natives at twice the rate of the greater population. We're also sentenced to longer terms than non-Indians, especially for crimes related to property and to violence. We, as an ethnic minority, are the most overrepresented in the juvenile justice system. And what we're talking about today can address that. If we do it in a good way, we do it in a way that these families, these youngsters, tribal communities can hear and feel and act on. Next slide, please. In 2007, 52% of the prisoners incarcerated in this country were parents. This amounts to 1.1 million absent fathers. And the study says 120,000 absent mothers, and I don't think that is even close to being right, because the majority of women, you can go ahead and go forward, Katrina, thanks. The majority of women in prison are mothers. Most of them were the primary caretaker of their children prior to them being incarcerated. The number of children with a father in prison has grown by 79% since 1991. In my own case, you know, I told you I have 16 brothers. I have over 50 nieces and nephews. 95% of them, because only my sister and I also have a sister. I better mention her, she'll hear about it somehow. I adore her. We're the only ones that raised our children. My nieces and nephews grew up without their daddies for two reasons. One, they were either in prison or they were dead. So, unfortunately, their mothers had terrible problems too. Therefore, the bulk of them have been incarcerated. Now my great nieces and nephews, at least 70% of them cycle in and out of the juvenile justice system up to the
Dr.
prison.
Corcoran, I don't want to interrupt. I just want to let you know that you have 2 minutes left.
Oh, thank you. My timer went off. I'm kind of proud of myself. So, something that, you know, we need to think about is that these proceedings to terminate parental rights of incarcerated parents has more than doubled nationwide. And this is on a whole, not just Native parental rights, which I would guess is even higher. Next slide, and what I'll do is, so I really found through my research that in contrast to Western ways of responding to societal issues, traditional ways really then seek that harmony we've talked about, the time and the space for the process, and that as a collective culture, general action theory connects well with our Native American cultural values of interconnectedness, inclusiveness. It respects the process and relationships while seeking solutions. Last slide, please. So the Native American experience with outsiders has never been possible. It's been intrusive, discriminatory, oppressive, and it's caused much harm. Next slide. And let's go to the last one. So I don't want to go into the next person's time. So general action theory then correlates well with the tenets of traditional ways of knowing in the world. And there are core aspects of traditional ways that can be considered norms across tribes. We've heard, especially from the young people, of all the different ways in their communities of ceremony, of sacredness. And those systems might vary from tribe to tribe. They are in direct relation to their place. We are a people of place and tribal histories. And those ways are central to our culture. Last slide. And what's most important is that there is an answer, and the answer lies in traditional ways. It lies in access to culture, to ceremony, to elders, and traditional ways such as peacekeeping. Thank you so much, and I will pass to Ingeborg Vicente.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shemiji, Ingeborg Vicente, White Clan, Hickory, Apache. Today I'm going to talk about trauma. Trauma has impacted our Native people in horrendous ways. And I'm going to start by everybody get your right hand, because the issues are so sensitive. Western culture has taught us to be so linear in our perception of things. I would like for everyone to go into their heart. So if you'll put your right hand on your heart, and I'd like for you to keep your hand on your heart, because you have to keep your heart warm, because throughout the process, you can become judgmental, critical, analytical, to a point where you put people basically in a box, which we're trying to take everybody out of. And that's of no fault of your own, but it's through the educational process of Western culture that we've all been inundated in. So I'd like for you to keep your hand on your heart as I speak to you and I take you through this process of trauma. First of all, I'd like for you to close your eyes and take 4 deep breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you can open your eyes, but keep your hand on your heart. I want you to recognize that you belong and you are okay. You are here for a reason. It is your time to be here to contribute to your family, friends, to your community. Get in touch with your core heart feelings of love, compassion, caring, tolerance, patience, forgiveness, appreciation, gratitude, and kindness. These are your heart core frequencies, and these are shije. This is who you are. These heart-based qualities that regenerate us mentally, emotionally, and physically. They are what carry us on our journey through life. Trauma-informed care equals respect for individuals who experience trauma. They often feel disconnected from basic developmental needs. And I'm going to give you 2 Western definitions since we are schooled in that process. The first is psychic trauma. It's a psychologically upsetting experience that produces a mental disorder or otherwise has lasting negative effects on your thinking and behavior. And it can be perceived or it could be something that actually occurred. Trauma in itself is an experience that causes severe anxiety or emotional distress, an event or situation that can cause great disruption or suffering, a life-threatening or perceived life-threatening situation where a person feels imminent harm. If you can think about as children, when we first went into our Western culture and we came from traditional perspectives, we were all afraid because we were then judged for what we knew or didn't know. As traumatized people, we all have a longing for physical nurturance, love, affection, belonging, need for connection to something greater than ourselves, a need for laughter and play, a need to belong to a group who shares traditions and culture, a need for beauty and creative expression, for pleasure, for mental stimulation, for purpose to contribute to society through our work, school, any of our endeavors. We need to be in the natural environment because that is the power of place. This is what carries us in our life, and we have to learn being caretakers of people to always have a reflective practice, and that process should include and be included in our work. We should practice contemplating and reflecting on our personal behavior on others, because sometimes we can trigger people either intentionally or non-intentionally through our own traumas that are unresolved. We also need to practice on reflecting on the impact of our work on our lives daily, because we have families and we have relatives and we have to be careful how we treat them. Trauma-informed public policy, we need to focus on how it should include the 3 elements of connection, communication, and healing. The focus is always creating a trauma-informed culture focused on clients, families, staff, administrators, with, importantly, measurable goals. Key areas in our culture-informed care should be having a culture of nonviolence, building and modeling safety skills and a commitment to high goals, a culture of emotional intelligence, where we teach and model affect management skills. And that starts with us first. We can't always demand it from others, but it has to come through us first. We have to have a culture of inquiry and social learning, building and modeling cognitive skills, a culture of shared governance, creating, modeling, self-control, our own self-control first, self-discipline, and positive authority. We have to have open communication, processing and exploring barriers to healing communication. Reflect on any acting out behavior that you might exhibit or others might, because sometimes what we're feeling, somebody else acts out. So we have to be very careful about that. We have to enhance our self-protective care and self-correcting skills, teaching healthy boundaries. We have to have a culture of social responsibility, rebuilding social connection skills, establishing healthy attachment in relationships, having a culture of growth and change, restoring hope, meaning, and purpose. We need to always keep a public health and human dignity approach to trauma. All areas need to address empathy, knowledge, principles, protocols, positive attitudes, commitment, models for responding to healing trauma. We have to focus on safety first issues, commit to doing no harm, provide a nurturing space so trauma triggers are not reinforced. We have to focus on no physical injury or sexual exploitation, no boundary violations, no harsh criticism or punitiveness, put downs or teasing, no minimizing when someone shares their story or their experience. Check in with them to see if they're feeling overwhelmed by their trigger. Clients' internal experience, check in for their level of pain in their body. Any body trigger sensations. We need to build on clients' affect regulation abilities. Trauma-informed care needs to encompass empathy, compassion, especially forgiveness of self, because a lot of times we feel so much guilt that we never forgive ourselves. We have to have a sense of gratitude and recognize that the teachings in suffering are something that we will carry long into our elderhood. No shaming, no being invisible for others.
Gentle reminder, we have 3 minutes left.
Not being, having a sense of personal dignity, a way of connecting with one another holistically. So if we look at this, we need to remain resilient in what we were given from our ancestors, and it is carried in our hearts. We respect Mother Earth's knowledge and the power of place. We share our interconnectedness between one another and what lies in the wisdom that is spoken through nature and its teachings. May you be blessed with the wisdom of connection, communication, and healing. Shije Ihetin. Thank you.
Thank you, Inky. Your words are always very calming. So Katrina, if you may put up the slides. Thank you, everyone who has presented today on this panel. When I hear Inky say those words about the heart, taking those 4 breaths, it really brings me back to who we are, our way of knowing. Hearing Judge Teller's words reminds me of my own grandmother also, in the importance of knowing ourselves. Yes, we've been through a lot of historical trauma. We've been through actual trauma. We've been through all sorts of traumas. But I'm just taking some time now to remember and grounding ourselves back into who we are. We have resilience in our bones. And with that, earlier I shared with you a picture of my grandmother. Let me see. My grandmother, my great grandmother, her name was Tsaisihtitsa. And I'm just sharing a story with you to remind us all again of who we are and where we come from. Tsaisihtitsa had 7 children, and what she taught to my grandparents and grandfathers has been shared down to me, and I am doing my part in sharing her information, her knowledge down to my kids. As Zuni, we are a matrilineal society, and one of the things that I wanted to share earlier was when we value our women, our families are taken care of, our children are taken care of. We have to remember, whatever language, however you say it, our ways, our laws, our core values. When we see what's going on in our families today, and thank you, Dr. Corcoran, for sharing what you shared, it reminds us that we really have to be mindful in who we're working with and what we've been through. In going back to the teachings of our elders, one of the key things in what's passed down to us is our core values. For my grandmother, it was passing down that value of nurturing our young, honoring our language, teaching our language to our young, respecting one another. And very thankful for the wisdom that she shared. And also, when we honor our own ways, our laws, we're also protecting who we are as sovereign people. With that, I want to share a story with you, just to take you all back from all the technical and all the Western concepts. But this is a story that, as Native people in all walks of life, we all have stories. These stories remind us of our resilience. This story I just want to share with you is called, in our language, it was a time when the people came to a river, they faced the challenge. And the story goes, our people came upon a river that they had to cross, and they were instructed by their leaders. They were told, before you cross the river, remember this one thing. Never let go of your children. Whatever you do, the river will be flowing rapidly. Whatever you do, don't let go. So as they came upon the river, the parents carried their young, and again they were warned, don't let go. Whatever you do, don't let go. You will make it across. What ended up happening was, as they're crossing the river, parents who were holding on to their kids started to notice that the children were taking different forms, different shapes. Their kids started to feel slimy. The parents who forgot about the instruction not to let go, they got scared. They were in fear because their children were changing shapes, changing form. Those parents that didn't heed the instruction, they let go. When they let go, those children fell into the water and they became the pictures of the river, the frog, the turtles, the snakes. Those parents that remembered the instruction, they made it across, and their children eventually turned back to their normal form. When they got back to the river, when they got across the river, everything was okay. When I share this story, I share it because it can be used in so many different contexts. When we, as Native people, when we're experiencing hardships, we have to remember who we are and where we come from. We have to remember that our ancestors also went through trying times, but they didn't leave one another out. They stuck together. And I hear that throughout all the speakers today. As Native people, we come together, we band together, and together we are strong. And with that, the story that I share with you, it's been passed on for many, many generations. And when we fail to honor our own indigenous laws, we truly dishonor our elders and our ancestors who gifted us with their wisdom and their knowledge that was passed on to them by our Creator. And with that, I just want to leave with you those stories, to never forget them, to remind our young who may be in foster care and not heard these stories. It's never too late to teach. It's never too late to teach. And I just want to thank everyone for being here. And in my way, thank you. With that, we have a few more minutes left. So this will give our next panel a little bit more time. So I will hand it over to
Well, actually, Christy, there's a question. I don't know if anybody wants to answer it.
Let me look through the chat.
And I don't know if we didn't state anything about having a Q&A session or anything like that, but there is a question. And I'm wondering,
do you want to read the question?
Yeah, let me read it.
I can't see it.
Is it a belief that there may be drug-induced trauma? Maybe that means once, I don't know. Let me see, let me try it again. Is it a belief that there may be drug-induced trauma once the addiction comes into being? Or is it always a trauma-based action that becomes trauma? So if you go to the Q&A down at the bottom,
yeah,
you'll see the question.
In response to that, from my perspective, it would be because it's a neurobiology, which is within the DNA after the person has ingested a form of, whether it's alcohol or a drug, then that impacts the fetus. So when the child is born developmentally, their ability to process information and is always going to be skewed and it's going to be challenging for them. But it also, I think, creates a mutation in the kids that I've seen and worked with that have been impacted. They have a different sensitivity to their environment. And it actually sometimes triggers the ADHD and ADD. So all of those factors are impacted. And again, nutrition plays a big piece in that. So thank you for that. Was a very well thought out question. Thank you for that.
I wanted to add too, and this would be more like for you and Dr. Chacon, do you find that also that includes some of those aspects of children that are affected by fetal alcohol syndrome then, so that it's once again, you know, happens before their birth, and then that plays out, particularly when they get to be adolescents?
I've seen it, you know, because I've worked with kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, and I've observed it in the kindergarten kids who are FAS. They're very extremely sensitive and highly emotional, almost to an extreme, and it's really hard for them to balance out how they respond to stimulus in the classroom, from their peers, on the playground. Sometimes they overreact to situations rather than kind of coming from more of a balanced perspective. And it's really hard for them, but they're some of the sweetest children you can ever work with, in my experience. They seem very special and unique in their own way. And I feel like they carry more in their heart because of it. So they've taught me a lot in my work.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. So I think we can move on to the next set of speakers, but I just want to thank everybody for joining us today and for our presentation this afternoon. And thank you, Karma, Inky, and Christy. That was very, very good. So.
And thank you.
So I'll turn it back over to, let's see, who's the next set of speakers?
We can give the mic over to Karen.
Yep.
Karen, there we go.
I'm here.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. Inspired to hear all of you, as usual. I offer a warmest welcome this afternoon to joining us for the University Peacemaking session. I'm Karen Beastman, and I'm honored to co-moderate this panel with Carson Smith and to share a virtual screen with some esteemed panelists. I direct Stanford University's Native American Cultural Center and teach in Native American Studies, including content on peacemaking, but I acknowledge that I too am a student and a lifelong learner. At Stanford, we've been privileged to partner with Indigenous peacemakers and scholar practitioners to do this work inside and outside of the classroom. I'm especially excited to see how peacemaking in the academy can embed and uplift Indigenous wisdom and models of conflict resolution, but really thrilled to be able to inspire our young people to lead future generations. Carson, would you please introduce yourself and our panelists?
Halito. My name is Carson Smith. I'm very excited to be here today. Sorry, so I have to, I think, approach this moment with quite a bit of grace. In preparing for 2 other events with this conference, I was also asked to prepare introducing the rest of our speakers today, and it just slipped my mind that this was also on my responsibility list. So maybe it would be possible if we could ask the speakers to actually introduce themselves as I think that they could probably do the best job given the situation. So please accept my apologies. I am so sorry for the inconvenience and really want to respect the amazing work that each of you do.
And also, by the way, all of our bios are, for those of you who are just joining in, are available online with the conference materials. And in fact, Carson, that's a very good idea. As we move through, the first time you answer a question, maybe you can start with an introduction of yourself. Is that okay, folks? Okay, then let's move right in. We regret that we don't have a lot of time and we have enormous amount of wisdom. We have 3 short questions for each of our panelists, then a final one for Justice Yazzie. And our goal is just to give you a snapshot of what is happening on several campuses. We don't have dedicated question and answer time at the end because I think we're going to fill our allotted time, but our email addresses are available. You can see on your screen, and we welcome your direct questions and we're happy to follow up. And with that, let's just get started so we can share this wisdom. First question, and again, 3 minutes each to our participants, please, in your sort of brief response. First question to each of you. Briefly share the highlights of peacemaking on your campus. And let's start with Karma.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Karma Corcoran. As I stated earlier, I teach at Portland State University, and I'm fortunate to direct Indian law here at Lewis and Clark. The highlight of peacekeeping on our campus was being able to host the Peacekeeping Colloquium. I want to say it was 2 years ago now, with NARF and the Native American Indian Judges Association. It was true, and the film that you saw earlier, the NARF film, was filmed here on our campus. And so that was just the highlight. And then also we have held a peacemaking class taught by Cheryl Fairbanks. So truly, of the 14 years that I've been here, some of the best things that have happened. So I will yield to the next person.
Manu, can you go next?
Aloha mai kakoa. My name is Manu Aluli Meyer, and I am from the University of Hawaii, West Oahu, here on the island of Oahu. And I've been a Ho'oponopono practitioner for 30 plus years. And a highlight in the past 3 years in our relatively new physical campus, although we've been around 40 years, is the idea that Ho'oponopono, which is our ritualized peacemaking process shaped by Hawaiian values and principles, we've been able to develop a Native Hawaiian and Indigenous health and healing major here. And the highlight was that we pulled it out of Hawaiian studies. Ta-da! And because what happens is we put all our cultural practices we kind of ghettoize it, I've seen in the last 30 years. And we put it all in Native studies. And so to bring out our powerful ritualized peacemaking process called Ho'oponopono, it means to return to truth through truth, or to return through pono, to return to goodness with goodness. And it is highly ritualized, highly, it's filled with process. It's a really clear process. And so now students can learn it as a health sciences degree. Ta-da! So that's because we've got some really, we have a Hawaiian chancellor, and she's just very accepting. And we have, the tides seem to be changing around Indigenous knowledge and its infusion in our universities. And later on, you're going to meet Auntie Lynette Paglinawan, our kumu and our kupuna here at UH West Oahu. So thank you, mahalo nui. And Carson, way to go, Carson. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Mahalo.
Neo.
Yat esh e neomers akizwood initiate, the kaiden initiate the Baha Lashes Gene, Chichimeka Dashachet, the China Dashanale. Hello everyone, my name is Neil Mrazakizwood. I'm a recent graduate from Stanford Master Program in the Policy Organization Leadership Studies. And so actually what I'm going to touch on is a project I worked on in collaboration with the Native American Community Center in Karen. And so it's actually on the screen. It was integrating Indigenous peacemaking into the academy. And so our goal for this was, there's so much great scholarship, research out there. And so how can we bring this together in a way that is accessible and a good introduction to the practice for those that are wanting to learn more and really engage with peacemaking. And so it explores peace and just a general overview of peacemaking. We go into Ho'oponopono, Navajo Nation peacemaking, looking at some of the principles from even our relatives across the ocean in Aotearoa with Tikanga Maori. And so for this, it's really something that's just trying to scratch the surface, and we hope to be a living document that as more and more comes out, or as we really develop further, we can expand on this for others that are really trying to learn more about the practice and hopefully spread the teachings. And it's something that I hope we'll be able to share after this too. And of course, something once we do share, I hope we can get feedback on it as well.
Great, thank you. And we will make this available to participants. Thank you, Neo, for your generosity in sharing this. Carson.
So I've been really, really lucky to be able to work with both Karen and Neo, and actually multiple other people here through peacemaking classes at Stanford. So I graduated from Stanford in 2019. And during my time as a student, we were able to, well, I think there's actually been 4 to 5 different peacemaking centered classes at Stanford at this point, but I think 2 of the most memorable actually brought in students from around campus. We had a lot of Indigenous students, but really had students from around campus who were able to learn peacemaking skills within the classroom, really being able to center Indigenous knowledge to help students navigate both their own conflicts and the conflicts of others at the university. So our first class was kind of a tester class. It was about 2 to 3 days long, and it really asked students just to bring one of their own conflicts forward that they thought maybe they could use peacemaking to solve. So it was really a one-on-one kind of experience. We brought in incredible peacemaking leaders like Judge Robert Yazzie, Brett Shelton, Cheryl Fairbanks, Judge Abby Abenanti, to all share their own experiences and advice. And they really had these one-on-one interactions with students where they were able to learn these peacemaking skills. And so that 2 to 3 day class went so well that the following year, we were able to structure this larger full-term class in which students were able to navigate really deep issues like stereotyping and racial discrimination in the university, and figure out how to act as peacemaking practitioners in these sorts of conflicts. And, so this was done in a way where we were able to center the Indigenous viewpoint in academia, and not only peacemaking, but also bringing in Ho'oponopono specialists to Stanford, where they were also able to share their perspective. So it was this really beautiful experience. And at the end of, I think, about 2 years, we had 15 to 20 students at Stanford who were trained in peacemaking, and some students who were specifically trained in peacemaking so that they could navigate conflicts that were happening in their dorm settings. So really, bringing this Indigenous perspective and practical training into the classroom, but then, allowing students to practice that in the university setting, in their peer-to-peer relationships at the university.
Great, thank you, panelists. Question 2 is sort of a building on to question number 1, content wise. In the same order that we just went in, could you briefly share one example of an impactful peacemaking project or experience on your campus?
Thank you. I would say one of the impactful peacemaking experiences was when Cheryl Fairbanks was here as our visiting professor. We had a lecture one evening, which we was kind of the highlight of their time with us, with the larger Lewis and Clark community, and invited Native American members in Portland and surrounding area. And a lot of times these lectures are, well, they're always interesting, but you know, they're really focused on maybe case law or, you know, kind of sometimes the dry parts of law, let's face it. And Professor Fairbanks instead had some of the students demonstrate what they had learned in their peacemaking. And, you know, I'm a studier of people. Something I'll share about you, I miss the whole, you know, something you might know. So I'm an introvert and like, you know, I really like to be in the background a lot. So I always sit near the back and watch people. And so I watched people respond to this. And at first they were kind of, especially, you know, there's a lot of white people there, okay? They're kind of like, what is this about, you know? And then they started nodding and listening and realizing that this was something that they had not been exposed to, because the bulk of the people in the audience were alumni or perhaps tribal judges. You know, definitely they came because they were interested in the law and Native American issues. And just the way, you know, for those of us who are fortunate to know her and have spent time with her, her way of being, you know, it was just a whole different evening. And something that I took away from it is that, you know, to me, experiences like that then create opportunity for an institution like Lewis and Clark Law School, which is stayed very white, to perhaps be open to other ideas about courses that we may offer, or, you know, perhaps a clinic or something like that. And so to me, it was really an impactful experience. And of course, as the Native American student advisor, I really liked its impact on the students who had her as a professor and got to take this class. Because they always say, you know, the Indian law classes are not like any other classes they're taking. So to me, that was really impactful, and hopefully, you know, will build this bridge a little bit of understanding of developing, you know, which I'll answer more in question 3, my ideas. So thank you. And I will, who's next?
Manu.
Okay.
Manu, okay. Okay, well, wow, there's so many impactful things. I think one of my most impactful things of using Ho'oponopono in a university setting is the ability to actually emulate the process within every aspect of our lives at the university. And so then you have like the effulgent coherence of what Pono means. And Pono is very, very clear for me. It's about truth, it's about goodness, it's about aloha. And so we offered the class, students, you gotta pay because it's part of your curriculum, but the community, e komo mai, come on in. And so, you know, everyone is thinking, how can you do that? Well, you know, we just did. Just do it. Just say community, come on down. And so why wouldn't our classes be free to our communities? So even at university settings, why wouldn't we have the places, you know, there's lots of room. So when our community started coming, it completely radically changed. We need intergenerational kuka discussions and the quality of practitioners, because we don't train people for a year or semester. You're so not capable yet, but because that's old style. That's old style. We welcome you to the ohana so that you can come and ho'oma'a and practice. But I'm a 30-year practitioner of ho'oponopono, and I still train. So when people say, "Oh, I read your paper. Oh, I understand ho'oponopono," I'm thinking like, "Wow, bro, that's intense. Congratulations." You know what I mean? It's just so specific to the moment. So when we have our community, and our community of Waianae, Nanakuli, Kapolei, they are our gold. This is what our Hawaiians are. And they come in and they're so thrilled to be on campus. And we put them in our own settings of a Hawaiian way of teaching. So we're out in a shady area out in the garden. So the coherence there is key. The physical idea represents the spiritual one. So these are highlights for me in the practice of ho'oponopono at a university setting. Mahalo for the question.
Wonderful. Neil?
Great. Thank you for that. I think even just reflecting on what Manu was just saying, I was working on this toolkit, you're reading all the scholarship and everything, but that's only just scratching the surface, and that only so much learning happens from reading. But I think we were fortunate to experience it and enter into a peacemaking process with my cohort. And through that, there's a whole different experience and whole different energy and whatnot that you're taking in. And so for me, well, within our cohort, we were experiencing tensions. There's just a lot of things underlying, bubbling under the surface that were really driving people apart. And that really also trickled into the leadership team kind of conducting our program. And so we approached Karen to ask to help facilitate a peacemaking process. And shortly after we had our first circle, unfortunately, the pandemic started to kick off. So things went off tangent in a few different ways. But even with that, I spent a lot of time with the folks that were really organizing a lot of this and really were hands-on. And it was really amazing how you could see just the light switch go off in their mind when they're engaging and really thinking about really speaking from the heart and really communicating in new ways. And so even in just different group settings, when we're meeting, we're trying to organize and figure out how do we move forward, I was able to see the ways that the participants of the circle were interacting, communicating so much more clearly and honestly from the heart. And you could just see there's times when there might have been discomfort, but we felt that closeness of having spoken from the heart, that we felt like we could be more honest with each other, that we could, what I think Adrienne Marie Brown, who's another amazing scholar, she talks about radical honesty and how we can bring that into our communities. And by engaging with that, there was this immediate growth amongst each other that really brought us closer together. I think that's what really sticks out for me.
Thank you, Neil. Okay. Carson.
Sorry if anybody sees me in the background pointing down. My dog is trying to jump onto the table and eat the rest of dinner. So that's what I'm doing if I'm waving my hand. So I think one of the most impactful experiences I've had with peacemaking was specifically on an issue that was really impacting the Stanford student community. So a few years ago, an Indigenous student named LJ Bird basically approached the university administration with the whole Indigenous student community really supporting them, saying, you know, there is this man, Junipero Serra, who multiple buildings at Stanford University are named after, and we want to remove his name from campus because he was the father of the Spanish mission system. He helped perpetuate colonization and genocide against Indigenous peoples, and his name has no right to be on this campus. So the university listened to Indigenous students saying, you know, we'll create this committee to navigate the issue of renaming. And this process went on for years. And, you know, maybe about 3 years to it, they were starting to get down to a final decision. But within these 3 years, they had essentially removed Indigenous students from interacting with the process at all. You know, the students who had brought this issue to the university, who were being impacted by this issue the most, were totally removed from the conversation. And so after about 3.5 years, you know, this committee that was comprised of mostly lawyers and professors approached the Native student community at Stanford saying, you know, we want to have this conversation with Indigenous students. What is their perspective before we make this final decision on what to do about Serra's name at Stanford's campus? And so, you know, led by Karen Beastman, this conversation happened where you know, the Indigenous community said, okay, we'll have this conversation with you, but we're doing it our way. We're going to have a peacemaking circle, and it's going to be in our Native American community center, and we want to lead the conversation. So I acted as the peacemaker for that conversation, and it was you know, probably about 10 to 15 Indigenous students, as well as maybe you know, 5 to 7 lawyers and professors who were really theoretically navigating this issue of renaming. And they were people who had never interacted with each other, but were constantly impacting each other. And it was a situation in which, you know, if it hadn't been led in a peacemaking setting, it could have very easily become a very hierarchical situation where the professors and the lawyers were really leading that conversation. But through using peacemaking, we were able to really get rid of that hierarchy and really center Indigenous student voices. We started with, you know, something that I'd learned from Cheryl Fairbanks, which was really starting with what a value that's important to you. Everybody shares one value that's important to you. And that really helped humanize everybody in the room. But then additionally, you know, then after that, we started getting into the deep conversation of how is this issue impacting you? And despite the fact that, you know, these Indigenous students were from across the country, it really came down to these very similar feelings of, you know, historical trauma in boarding schools, and how multiple people had parents or grandparents who'd been impacted and abused in the boarding school system, and how having Serra's name on this university, this academy, this center of education was very reminiscent of the boarding schools that their parents or grandparents had suffered in. And so, you know, this peacemaking circle really allowed students to be emotional and allowed their voices to be centered in the conversation in a way that over 4 years, their voices had never been centered. And so at the end of that peacemaking circle, you know, multiple of these places on campus that were named after Serra, their names were changed. And that was really because, you know, Indigenous voices were able to finally be centered in that conversation. Yeah, so I would say that probably one of the most impactful ways we've been able to use peacemaking at Stanford is through bringing in centering Indigenous voices in conversations between students and the university administration.
Wonderful. Thank you, panelists. And now our last question before Justice Yazzie to our panelists is briefly share one idea about how you will position peacemaking in the future on your campus, or if you're on different campuses, because that is, I know that a couple of us are in transition, I think, what that would look like. Karma?
You know, I'll be just frank. I think that for me, being on the Portland State University campus, being part of the Indigenous Studies program there, that I would really like to see something happen there, because we have a lot of Indigenous students, And we have a, a beautiful Native Community Center, and there's issues, of, between student groups, or, certainly issues between, I apologize, students in the institution or with each other. And I honestly, as we're having this conversation, can't believe we don't have something. And so, but with these conversations, what happens is they always create more work for us that are doing it. So, but I know that, and I'm there, and I think the students would benefit from it so much. And of course, I would too. So I'm going to add that to the big to-do list of life. And I also, I'm honest, I think that I would expect that institution and that program to be open to it versus the law school here. So, all right. Now this is being recorded too, right? So I won't be able to say I didn't say that. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Manu?
So let me see. So the question, Karen, was how
do you plan to position peacemaking in the future on your campus? What's next? Either a wish list or a to-do list?
Always a to-do list that absolutely simultaneously expressed in the wish list. So we've got both going on because my job has been created by a group of very creative Hawaiian practitioner scholars called Hawaii Papokeao. And this group of people have placed me at this university. There's only 3 of us throughout the islands, 1 in Hilo, 1 in Maui, 1 in Oahu. And our job is to indigenize the university. So, the Hawaiian Islands, we have something unique, because I personally don't consider us part of America. We have been occupied. And so the occupation has only been 120 something years. And so I think we're the least amount of change throughout America is in Hawaii. Although anyone who comes here and stays in Waikiki would disagree with me on that one. But I'm from neighboring islands. I'm a Hilo girl. And so the amplification of Ho'oponopono is inevitable through the healing processes that we have up and running throughout our community. So what I've learned in Ho'oponopono, our peacemaking process, is that you cannot franchise even a good idea, because how we do things in Waimanalo is not how we do things in Hilo. And so the franchising of a good policy, even of a good idea, the community has to ask for. So as a haku ho'oponopono, as a facilitator of ho'oponopono, I can't even suggest a ho'oponopono to a family that's obviously in need. I cannot. It's our way to wait and to be asked. And that in this society has been very challenging. I see it. And so our university, we've been asked to come in and do this kind of work. And I've been asked to do it in a larger process that brings the concept of values, of love of land. In Hawaii, you can actually summarize Hawaiian culture in 2 ways. I can, and that is love land and serve people, oia wale no. And so that type of quality infused in our sciences, in our math, in our sociology and political science has been a challenge, but totally doable. And slowly, the amplification of goodness and of common sense, frankly, gets strengthened through trust, through relationality. And there's my 3 minutes. So thank you.
Thanks, Manu. Neo?
So I'm like two different things. One more tangible. So I think we're fortunate to have the Stanford Law School right on campus. And through them, they offer a policy lab And so that's something we've been exploring is the creation of a policy lab on peacemaking, which would involve partnership or students. We have undergraduate, graduate law students engaging with faculty who would partner with a community or an organization to help really do research or expand and dive into something that they've been wanting to work on. And so that's something we're very excited about really expanding and diving into. And I know this was kind of building off the folks from who were talking about law schools earlier on about how do we bring peacemaking into that. And so this is something that we've, well, Karen especially has been pushing for, and it's come a lot from that, trying to build those partnerships and that engagement. And I think the other side of things more broadly, when we're thinking about college campuses, and especially student conduct, about how policy is today, a lot of it is very, in many ways, punitive in that if there's academic disciplinary or whenever there's disciplinary actions, it's often the reaction is to remove, isolate from the community, as opposed to trying to address those conflicts, try to really get to the nitty-gritty of everything. But on the flip side of that too is you have the student conduct who their goal is to enhance learning of campuses, and they're wanting to create future leaders. So I think in my mind, I'm wanting to see or hoping to see more introduction of peacemaking in ways for youth to really better understand how to interact and really communicate with each other. I think I reflect a lot on how social media has impacted the up and coming generation. I know I'm very guilty of it, of how just using our apps, like when we're interacting face to face at times, it's just not, it can be superficial at times, or you're not fully there. And so I think, and tying into what I was saying before with the peacemaking work and seeing that shift of having these intentional conversations, it's creating that greater cultural shift on campuses about how we interact with each other and how we carry that forward as leaders. And so in my mind, I'm hoping that maybe it's not necessarily institutionalized, like we're seeing a lot of restorative justice practices being brought into higher education spaces. It can interact in that way, or it can be a more community-based, which I think it's been a lot at Stanford, in which community organizations, student groups, residential life are engaging with this practice. And you're really seeing that impact in how we interact and again, making that cultural shift. So I'm hoping that's where it leads and for future leadership development.
Great, thanks, Neil. Carson.
So I want to build upon some of the things that have been said by other panelists, specifically also just said by Neo, but just in the future, continuing to find ways to uplift student voices, particularly Indigenous students, but really also I think we need to make sure we're uplifting the voices of students of color, Black students through peacemaking as well. Making sure that this is something that we are working with all of our students on. And so, some ways that I've actually seen these kinds of conversations, especially between students and university administrators, some issues I've seen navigated over the past year or so has been the issue of over-policing and racial profiling on campus, taking care of international students, and even the conflict between free speech and hate speech. I've seen all of those different issues be navigated in the peacemaking setting between university administrators and students, specifically students of color, and hoping that peacemaking can be a pathway in which Indigenous students and students of color and Black students are prioritized and heard rather than just talked over, as typically happens in that hierarchy of the university, and in that way also trying to indigenize and decolonize academia. So I was one of the people that Karen was talking about. Some people are in transition. Over the last year, I moved over to the University of Oxford, and the United Kingdom, at least with its students, is having no conversations about no conversations about Indigenous students, even though we're there. There are so many Indigenous students that I have met in the United Kingdom, but these students' voices are being, really erased, and these students are kind of being hidden to a certain extent. And so this isn't directly related to peacemaking, but tied back to uplifting those students' voices. I worked with another student from my tribe who happened to be in the UK at the same time as me. When we worked on creating a group which was focused on uplifting students, bringing our languages into academia, our traditional languages into academia, bringing our cultures into the academy, and then also thinking about ways that that researchers, whether they're Indigenous or not, can be really respectful in their research practices. Because there are a lot of people, Indigenous students aren't focused on, but there are a lot of people doing research in Indigenous communities, and they're doing it in really disrespectful ways. So I think these are all issues that we can kind of think about and focus on, and just really, tied back into peacemaking, but more broadly in the future, just centering these students' voices instead of erasing them, as the academy typically does.
Great. So thank you so much, panelists, for so passionately sharing the essence of your work in such a short amount of time. It's a snapshot, we know. So again, I remind you that the panelists' contact information is posted in the chat. Please reach out to us with questions. And similarly, we see this as a reciprocal exercise. Many of you are doing great work in your own communities, in your own campuses. We want to hear from you. We see this as a community of scholar practitioners, and together we can really uplift this work. So thank you again, panelists. And now to sort of tie this together for us, I want to turn to someone who many of us have been taught by, have been mentored by, have been inspired by, and even humbled by in our own pathways as we're trying to craft our own journeys towards peacemaking. Justice Robert Yazzie is a unique voice in this field, and we asked him to end our session with a response to the following question. It's a question that could take years, but he's going to share the essence. After hearing our panelists, Justice Yazzie, and by the way, you might want to introduce yourself again as you start, for those of you who might not know you, or those who might not know you, but after hearing our panelists, and based on the work you do in education and in Indian country, how can you help us think about a framework or a philosophy to guide peacemaking efforts in universities? And specifically, how can we ground this work in Indigenous languages? It's a theme that's brought up often. And lastly, what is the future of peacemaking? Justice Yazzie.
Yat A. Can you hear me? Yes. Yat A.
Yat A.
Ahnin shlon thodich in bashichindo sihita kia ani dashanale. I had needed to introduce myself, not by name, but my relationship to other Navajos, and for that matter, the whole world. Anyway, thank you for this time, opportunity to share my thoughts to you. So I wanted to. I'm a graduate of UNM Law School, and I've done a lot of law practice, and also done a lot of peacemaking, and even been involved with restorative justice at the national level. And I've been wanting to always know the peacemaking practice all over the world. And the better you know what happens outside our Indian country, the better we know our own even more. So the question of what is peacemaking is always something that we all talk about. And I imagine way back in time, that was always a question for discussion. And today we're doing the same thing. And I imagine tomorrow among our grandkids and the future we'll be talking about what is peacemaking. So sometimes it's better to relate to the bigger picture, meaning that the framework of our entire Navajo life, from birth to death is peacemaking. So given that framework, so we look at the knowledge of meaning right and wrong, and you could say a lot and talk about it, and but the these concepts are used as tools to find balance in any situation, and these concepts, for that matter, are sacred knowledge. So, and it is what the holy people, the Yendane, gave us to use as a method of peacemaking. It is what we understand it to be, the Nebebe has ani bitsesele, meaning the fundamental law of the Dene today. Life comes from it. So as the Ne, we say that the Yendane, the holy people, gifted their knowledge to use as tools, and they gave it all to us. Their songs, their prayers, teachings, ceremonies, culture, and language. And once they have Nihilik Eliado, once it was given to us, it became our duty, our responsibility to hold to those knowledge to the highest degree. So we always talk about our beginning and what's happening to this day with 4 worlds. So here I want to share with you, in the first, second, and third world, there were no humans. There were just holy people, the Yin, the Nei, the Holonde, and the holy ones made mistakes big time. And what did they do to correct them? They made effort to correct their own mistakes. And what they did is to remedy those mistakes, which helped us to form our own core values, which became the fundamental law of us Navajo people. And when we, as the 5-fingered Navajo people, emerge into the 4th world, our world of today, we made mistakes, and we still do. And the Yendane, the holy people, pass on their bebehazani, what is permitted, the fundamental law teachings, the songs, the prayers, the teachings and ceremonies, culture and language, onto us humans, so that we too would have a method of remedying the mistakes that we make. This is peacemaking process. This is the lifetime process that teaches us, when we practice the peacemaking, accountability, the value of language, respect to uphold Hujon. Hujon means gives the bigger, a brick umbrella, which we have to uphold that through what we do, and to the best we can to live in certain way to uphold the word Hujon, the good way. So the question is, what did the holy ones give us? They gave us the 4 direction, peacemaking. And peacemaking is developed from chaos. And the ceremonies the holy ones developed in that respect, restored Hujonato means. It means, you could transfer that to mean peacemaking, restorative justice, and many other descriptions. So those process, or dilzen mean in a holy, according to the holy way. So the holy people taught us to use our minds. He says you have potential, you have tools to live by. And the mountains, the air, the water, the growth and fire are our guides. So the question here is, how can you help us think about a framework or philosophy to guide peacemaking efforts in universities? It's a good question, and one that we really need to spend a lot of time on, and I believe we're doing just that. Talk about the circle, and using the 4 direction can address problems we face. You could say, looking at the 4 direction, what's that? You know, It's about starting in the east, the thought, observation, and reflection, and the dawn of the day. When we move to the south, our mind works every day, every year. As we start the day, our mind is moving. It moves to the west, more into what we call ina pe'etolnil, where life becomes life. And this is the action part of our movement. And then the afternoon, then the north gives us time for reflection about what we have done for the day. So there's a point in time at the end of the day, we can say a time for reflection, a time for assessment. And evening into the night, what do we learn? What worked? What didn't work? This method of working in the circle with the circle of our ancestors is what the circle our ancestors and relatives lived and applied in all aspects of their life. So you can look at the circle as a day, the cycle of a lifetime. It is a cycle with indefinite possibilities. Let's not forget that. Indefinite possibilities to move. We have the potential to move between multiple dimensions. We can talk about the word hojan. We can only say it's good in English. One linear thinking, multiple dimension. When you use the word hojan, you can talk about that hojan in many different contexts, never ending. The circle, so we look at the circle as our tool, passed to us by the holy ones. The fundamental laws of the Navajo people, remember this, are immutable. They don't change. What was created at the creation time is still remains to be what it is, and even tomorrow. So the question about what is the future of peacemaking? And the question might be, what are our goals in the future? So when we look at the future, we say, we roll up our sleeve, we look at the mountains, we look at the activity for the day, the activity for the year. And we say, let's think, let's give a high value to our thinking. Let us know what thinking means in the Indian way, Indian thinking. So when we begin to do that, we begin to realize we can better do that if we do it in our language. So which means that we have a real need to place emphasis on the language. Sometimes we do too much in English. We need to identify the concepts of those concepts, and many other concepts in our own language. So like in Navajo, like I shared with you, there's a hujon on one hand, there's keh on the other hand. They go together. I don't think you have that benefit when you deal with principles in the non-Indian world. So here we're talking about the need to do research in our own language. If we were to say, this is how we define the problem in our language. And these are the reasons. And there's a lot of input. When you tell elders, if you read something in the English context, there's no response by them. But if you say something in Navajo, man, you could be there all day and all night. So what we're saying here is research the history of disputes that were resolved through peacemaking. What was the definition of peacemaking way back then? And how is it? What is our definition for today? So how do you do that? You may say, well, I'm not grounded in culture. I don't know the language. So maybe your thought may say, ask the elders. You may say, well, there are no more elders. There's somebody in our community that still holds those knowledge. So what if you get little or no success? Then the only thing I think in my when my inner being is there, I say, ask the holy ones for their help. Talk to the water, talk to the air, talk to the fire, talk to the things that grow. You'll be surprised what results you can get from that. So some of the questions we always talk about is what is the aspect of relationship and respect? And if we really learn that in our tribal language, we'll come up with what's a duty. There may not be a language for right, but there certainly is a language for duty, responsibility, accountability. So right now I sit here, I'm very encouraged by the Stanford students. And I see there's a lot of interest. You're very open to learn. And so the question here might be, I want to put momentum into peacemaking. So how do I put values, how do I teach values, especially to the young ones? How do I teach starting with your own grandkids, your kids, your nieces and nephews? And we can say what we're doing, even looking at the teachings, even looking at the research. We will realize that what we do is a part of the peacemaking process. Really, really needed. So sometimes when you speak peacemaking, a lot of people are not there yet. So maybe that's because there's a real need to decolonize our own courts, tribal courts, decolonize our judges, decolonize our lawyers, decolonize what's written for us by the outside world as to what should be our tribal law. That's a job for us. That's the job for you and I. This is where using our language really comes in handy. So as Cheryl Fairbanks says, we need to make a shift. We need to jump from the box into the circle, which means we've learned the box really well. I'm not saying throw the box away. I'm saying keep the box and keep it a part of Indian solution. That's what Indian people would do. Our mind is an open system, is an open system of thinking. Everything's fluid. Everything's flexible. What do we mean by that? There's a lot of research we can do, and our language and our values are very important aspect of those questions. So what we need to do is to shift to make peacemaking the norm, not the adversarial process, not the adversarial court. We need to change our language, even when we speak in English. We need to stop saying at peacemaking court. It's not a peacemaking court, not the way our ancestors used it. They use it as a process with nature, with the sun coming up, with the sun coming down. So what we're saying here is just a start. Thank you.
Oh, heartfelt gratitude, Justice Yazzie. I see the applause. I'm not sure I have words to even bring closure, except to acknowledge that not only is there enormous wisdom in your comments, but it's a powerful challenge to all of us. And on behalf of the Stanford campus, we embrace that, and we are excited to continue to live up to those ideals and honor that work. And we invite all of you on your campuses or in your communities to be partners with us as either practitioners, as scholar practitioners, or just a community of learners, because we have an opportunity to uplift the next generation of young people to do this important work. And the intergenerational wisdom of folks like Justice Yazzie are absolutely essential to guiding our paths. So thank you to all of our panelists and to Justice Yazzie for that wisdom. I do see that towards the end of our time, Manu has brought in a guest. Manu, do you want to introduce your guest, or have you already introduced Auntie?
Is this me? Is she talking to me?
I joined the group yesterday.
Okay.
And so most of you are familiar with seeing my face, but some of you have not. I'm called Auntie Lynette, and my area of specialty is in the Hawaiian practice of restoring harmony and balance within families. And so I've been a practitioner for over 40 years. And at the same time, I entered into the role of a faculty member in the university system in Hawaii on Oahu. So I so appreciate hearing the wisdom of Robert, because there are many elements that fit in with the Hawaiian way of living and of conducting oneself in relationships with each other. The basis goes back to language. Our people at one time were forbidden from using the language, and by not keeping up with the language, the wisdom of the ancestors went out the window. And then what was left was we were shortchanged. We knew the form, but we lost the essence. So part of what I do is to impart the rationale, the essence, the intention behind the things that we consider to be Hawaiian values and Hawaiian practices. So that's my area of specialty. And our justice system wants this in the Hawaii courts. I have found that the request comes in a Western package that doesn't quite fit the way it needs to be done in a Hawaiian way to restore the practice beyond form that makes the changes felt in the guts. Then it becomes true. In a way, it's the heart, but in the Hawaiian way of thinking and feeling and doing, it's at the gut level. So I've learned to identify the constraints of the justice system when we want this completed during this phase of time. And they're asking us to undo generations of misunderstanding and resulting misbehaviors. They expect miracles. And so we've just had to put our foot down to say, it's not going to work under those conditions. We need more time. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I continue, I'll be going into my presentation.
Well, I think it might be a really good transition, but for us, it was an added blessing to our session. Thank you, Auntie. I think our time is about up. Again, deepest heartfelt appreciation to the panel and to Justice Yazzie and to Auntie. And I think I turn it over to who, Christy or Katrina?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Thank you, everyone. Wow, that was very, very deep. Thank you, Justice Yazzie. Thank you, Auntie Lynette. Thank you, everyone. We are, we have a break, but it's going to be a short break. The next go around is the Peacemakers, Words of Wisdom, where we will continue to listen to Auntie Lynette and Manu Alu. And for now, let's take a 5-minute stretch. 5-minute stretch, and this time, if you can, just get up off the chair, go outside, and just taking a breath of fresh air. We do have one more question for a prize, and I'll go ahead and let Veronica ask that question. And first one to get it right wins a prize.
I actually have two. So the first one's going to be, what year did Native American people get the right to vote? In what year? Oh, Bonita Baxter got it. It was after the passage of the 1924 Citizenship Bill. Okay, so Bonita got that one. Okay, here's another one. What two oceans border Alaska? What two oceans border Alaska? Come on.
Come on, Alaskans.
Someone got, one said Arctic. Oh, finally, wait, stop. Stop. I'm trying to get the chat to stop because it's going by so fast. It was the, what is that called? The Arctic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And I believe the first one to get both of that correct was Gonzalez?
Bonita Baxter?
No, she just had, she had art. Oh, okay, yeah, actually it was Bonita Baxter, sorry. She had Arctic and Pacific. All right, so we got a couple of winners. Bonita, I believe I have your email. So we're good.
All right. All right. Veronica will be getting your email. So again, let's come back in 3 minutes. Take a nice stretch.